Welcome to episode 37 of Awakening.
Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Is 37 a bad number?
No.
No? Great. Then, let's see what we're up to.
I have meme. In ship. At some point, sometime. One day, I ask for Ruben's amulet. And then the next day, I do the experiment.
Describe your experiment.
Sorry?
Describe your experiment.
Okay.
Also, do you have time to experiment because you're spell learning, technically?
Yeah, but that doesn't take entire day.
Okay.
It takes, I think spell learning is 8 hours a day. I can definitely cast spells. Unless I die here, we'll see. I wanna, in the morning, with 5 transmutations prepared, I'll cast them into the rock, and then I'll prepare spells and cast more stuff into the rock. I'm just gonna stack level 1 spells on it. So, first spell being cast is Comprehend Languages. Next spell is Featherfall.
Give me
And
a second.
I assume this is gonna still work. Nothing crazy should be happening yet.
Okay, so first spell you cast is what?
Comprehend Languages.
Okay, second spell is?
Featherfall. Why are you rolling dice?
Okay.
I make sure that they both work real quick.
Yeah, they both work.
Then the next spell I cast is Reduce. I downcast it so it's only 10%. Because I don't want to deal with being small.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Mm-hmm.
Then the next spell I cast is Gaze Reflection.
That's also level 1?
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Well, well, you are lucky. Yeah.
Everything works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I cast 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I cast Expeditious Retreat onto it. Also a first level spell. Why are you rolling dice?
Alright. Yeah. Why would I not cast, not roll dice?
It's making me scared.
Okay.
Just rolling dice for no reason does make you scared.
Oh, does it work?
Yeah.
Okay, then I go back to preparing spells. And after some preparing, I'll cast Read Magic into it. Assuming nothing happens or it doesn't break, I cast Detect Magic into it. So now we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Roll me 76.
What?
Roll me 76.
76. Uh-oh. 24.
As casting the last spell into the shard produces a gigantic backlash and knocks you down, taking 24 points of damage.
Nice. Good thing I had Con Amulet. Okay.
As you look back up, just having fallen down, you see that also the room that you're staying in has been blasted.
Nice. Oh.
The table is broken. Your books are flying through the room.
Nice. Interesting. Okay, I just want to know how much HP I have now. So I have 7 times 2 plus whatever I have. 4, so 14 plus. So I have 40 HP with the con amulets. Minus 24. It's still a lot. Osmar is unsure if he would have survived without the con amulet because he doesn't know the exact numbers. Am I like close to toasted?
It
I
feels like you
visibly-
have been beaten like everywhere on your body.
Like visually, do I look toasted?
No, you don't look toasted. You haven't been burnt or anything, but you've been pummeled into the ground.
Oh, so it felt like force damage?
Yeah.
Ah.
Like some sort of arcane power backlash.
Do I also lose my stone skins here?
Have you already casted Stone Skin before that?
Yep.
No, your Stone Skin is still on.
Okay, I'm just trying to think what the reaction is. I'm not exactly sure. I feel like since it was force damage, it might have been hard to yelp out because maybe like my maybe like hit me in the stomach, so kind of the air got already blown out. So there's just like a wheeze, and then I fall onto the floor.
You get knocked into the floor. Like somebody would hear a thud sound and probably the shattering of the table if they are close enough. Whereas you look around, not everything in the room is like battered. It's just like pretty, like a radius around the shard. Shard is lying there in front of you on the ground.
Okay, I don't think I want to touch it yet. I'm gonna pull out my quarterstaff and just poke it into a corner. And think to myself, thank God I didn't do this experiment earlier. Perfect timing. I'm glad I'm alive. But I mean, I just kind of lay down on my floor, and maybe in shock. I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to say. Am I supposed to tell anyone? I don't really want to.
So let's just say this was on Wednesday.
Sure.
Which means you will recover 2, 4, 6 hit points before we jump into the game.
Does the con amulet affect that?
Nope.
Okay. And I don't look like visibly beaten. Do I have like bruises?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you have stone skin on, so nobody really sees it. If the stone skin were off, probably people would see your bruises.
And I have my edgy wizard cloak.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, do we want to go over some of the inventory management we did? Or should we at least upload the character sheets?
Yeah, let's talk about your inventory. Like, what did you do in between sessions?
I had 2 things before, especially to you, Tom. Did you, of the items that I threw off my character sheet, there was also some gold, like 200 gold. Did you put that somewhere?
Put that somewhere.
and I'm giving you a single potion of climbing that I got, that Reuben thinks is a potion of climbing because it looks like another potion of climbing he got from the goblin hideout.
Okay.
I think it's in a flask. I had written it down as in a flask, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's a real sketchy looking potion.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks slightly disgusting.
Sorry, this is taking me some time to process the 76. This is not what I expected.
We can go over the other two inventory management then. Reuben just threw everything out until he was unencumbered again. So he's just in his clothes, his weapons, armor, and one shield. That's all he has.
I have some other items, but I'll post into the awakening my backpack of holding. There's I guess this also has some relevant items. Oh, and we also buy Oliver a whistle. I reduced the gold for that, but I didn't mention that to Oliver either, or Gits either.
I'll write it down.
Oh, and then one question is about this big linen desert colored tarp. I assume I'm able to purchase this because it seems like a simple thing. It's just like a tarp.
Yep.
Okay. It weighs a lot. The intention is to throw it over one of the Liam and Hut things so that it's a little bit better camouflaged.
Do you mean your building?
Yep.
Isn't that way too large?
I'll make the building. I can, because it says up to, so I'll make the building as small as possible so that we can fit in. And there's like a big thing. So I didn't do the calculations, but I think linen is pretty light. I think 40 pounds should be able to cover, like, if we make it like a 3 meter by 3 meter thing. Just kind of estimated that. Where's my max HP without the con amulet? 26. So I'd be at 10 HP. Does it, when you remove con amulet, does it round up or down? Probably down, right?
Down, always. HP always down. Damage
So I'd
always up.
be 10 and then plus 6. So I'm just looking at 16. Oh, I probably try to make my injuries not apparent to the rest of the party. Because I was previously bad-mouthing gnomes for their low wisdom. So I don't want to be put down as a hypocrite. But I'll use the frosted cubes that we have as to like lessen the bruises.
You know, you look grey.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, if we spend a lot of time, they might notice. And additionally, it's not comfortable to walk around in bruises.
Okay. Well,
If we're 6 days, I can probably get rid of most of it with ice or frosted cubes.
yeah, it's 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days.
6 HP because you are a proficient healer.
Yeah. So I can.
And you
I can
can
probably
take care of yourself.
Yep. No, I'll probably ice stun most of the bruises by the time. It's as if nothing happened.
So nothing did happen.
Nothing did happen. You have to sit on the ground to learn your spells now, but who cares?
Yeah.
Alright.
There's one more experiment I want to do during that ship ride.
Okay.
With magic mirror, I'll place the shard next to me,
Mm-hmm.
not touching the shard. But I just want to scry on me, or try to scry on myself with the shard next to me. I want to see if there's like some anti-scrying property on it.
Do we have to roll if you can scry on yourself?
I don't think so. It's 100% for well
Yeah.
known.
You can scry on yourself. You can look at you from behind.
Do I see the rock in the scry picture?
Yeah.
Okay, then I change targets. I try to scry on the rock.
You scry on the rock. That's
And I see the
there
rock.
next to you on the table.
Then I wonder, why haven't the guilds and the dudes in the thing with the mining thing, they scried on something, right? Oh yeah, because the fucking, that's why Septima didn't want the ring out. It needed to be in like a scry safe thing. Why aren't they scrying on this? So I guess, is the rock sharp?
No.
Okay, I store it in the bag of holding from now on.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's all I had.
Anything specific we need to talk about for inventory management, or just do you just update me here on what's going
Oh
on?
yeah, fuck, I forgot the file.
I don't believe I didn't get anything weird. I just got like normal shit. A lot of it.
No,
And just screenshot what I got.
Do some Hawkeyes.
I think I posted it somewhere in there. Yeah, I'll just post it again.
Can do this. I need to clean this up a little bit so that it's presentable. It's presentable.
That's what
now,
I'm
I
care.
think.
That's what I. Anything that's new on there is what I got.
There's no dumb shit here, right? Oh, there's that. There's one comment, but I think that's fine. Just ignore the comment.
Do you only carry one rainbow use?
Yeah, because I gave the other one to Reuben
Okay.
last time.
Yep,
I don't know
I have
where
it
my
on.
file is.
Gave him the rainbow hues and the potion of climbing.
Yep, that's both the potions I have.
Yeah.
All right. And
Whoa. Bam. Uploading. Uploaded.
I have a couple of things I want to buy when we get to like the thingy and know that we're going to enter the desert. But on the default thingy, Ruben couldn't have bought it. So.
alrighty. Then I think it's time to.
Yep. Just to make sure Ruben has his necklace back now.
Yep.
And nothing happened.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing I would have done is just point out, like, hey, like that's where Capon is. Like, we could go buy it.
Yeah.
Where I'm from.
The what?
That's about it. I would have like pointed out my hometown as we're sailing by it.
No. Oh, actually, there is one quick meme. I believe we are all wearing, like desert-colored cloaks now.
That was what I was about to like say. That when we know about the desert, I think we can only buy them during the encampment itself. I guess it doesn't matter. So
If it's not that big of a deal to get it there, it doesn't really matter if we get it there than it before.
I'm assuming we can get some generally like desert-colored cloaks. Not like it's a super hard color.
If you did not buy them back in Port Bream, then you cannot buy them.
We did buy them back in Fort Green.
But why would you have bought them?
I mean, we know that there's desert here, right?
Well, it's a wasteland. It's mostly brownish ground. It's not sand.
I mean, there's sandstorms, right?
Kind of sandstorms, kind of dust. It's hard to say.
And the thing that we killed, that was hidden on the ground around the tree, didn't that spur up a sandstorm?
A ginormous dust cloud.
Okay. Then
I feel like I'm alright with this.
I mean, you can have like, not perfectly colored for desert land cloaks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good enough. I don't think we're expecting to get perfect unless like we get like a magical cloak or something.
Yeah.
And in that case, the big linen tarp is also whatever color that is.
Yeah, it's like
It'll be harder to see than if it's just like a fucking like wooden wooden shed.
Yeah.
I imagine at least it'll be not like super hard, but it'll give them a penalty
Well,
probably.
we'll see. Maybe it'll pull some nearby materials and it'll actually look perfect.
True.
alrighty.
And probably we have cloaks for ourselves, but also like just bigger like cloaks for horse-sized individuals.
Mm-hmm. Horse-sized individuals.
I do love that description. In case we get any centaur friends.
Toph, I'm assuming you're the one carrying those.
Well, sure.
I can carry. I still got 60 pounds or so. How much do I have? Like 70 pounds actually. Free.
As you arrive, and I assume you spend the rest of the day in the on the ship and then venture out the next morning.
Yeah, I imagine that's probably where we get the news of like the thing out east, or the thing with like the building.
Yeah, and spend the rest of the night like strategizing between ourselves.
Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Did I gather any important information from the dwarf notes?
Let's talk about the dwarf notes when it becomes relevant.
Okay.
It would give you like a certain knowledge of what the underground must look like on a larger scale. But yeah. Do we want to have information now, or is it okay when we talk about it later?
I don't know.
I think we can talk about it when it becomes relevant. I feel like.
The problem is just as a player, I don't know when it's relevant, and then if you tell me that it's relevant now, that's kind of extra information.
Okay. So the outline is it will tell you the reason why they had to flee, because the bugs broke in somehow, and they managed to get. They broke in the general area where they were growing most of their food, so they did no longer have food supply and had to leave. There's a few different places in the mines: the half home, the largest city, the so-called base camp, from where the emergency exit is, and also the wilderness, the old wilderness gate. They have a place called Deep Mines, where they are doing a lot of mining, where they have a large gate in front because they sometimes accidentally anger some earth elementals. And then also they have a place called Drip Cave, where their water supply comes from.
Where they get their drip.
Yes. And the water is sourced throughout the caves, like it's running from Drip Cave all the way down to Half Home with an aqueduct that is perfectly engineered. Marvelous dwarven craftsmanship, as it has basically the slightest decline to go all the way and still carry the water. Yeah.
Nice. No mention of slimies.
No.
And does it mention what was the primary ores that were mined from the mine?
Iron and copper.
No mithril?
Doesn't say anything. Copper, tin,
Lame.
silver, iron.
Okay.
Probably some gems in there somewhere as well, but that's like the
Okay.
metals they were mining. Alrighty. As you arrive at the mining platform, this is at the end of the dry season, so the driest the land is ever is right now. As far as the mainland is concerned, like the place you know, seems to be the same here. As you get up the next morning and climb your way up to the top of the cliff, you can see that everything is dry. There's no shrubbery anywhere, no living shrubbery. Some remnants, maybe. This seems like it could be a shrubbery if it's wet, but right now it's just dry branches sticking out of the ground.
But like looking around, like they didn't sugarcoat it when they said this place is a wasteland.
Yes.
Oliver, you're here for the first time, right?
Yeah, it's the first time, I believe.
As you look around, you notice that the vision is very bad. You can barely make out what's going on in the distance, as compared to what you're used to.
Yeah, I'm like squinting my eyes a bit to see if I can actually see. I'm like but it's like it looks like I should be able to see farther, but I can't.
Everything seems to be hazy, and looking into the distance almost hurts your eyes.
I think like it looks always like can you guys not see so far either?
It's pretty rough.
It is a big danger because the creatures in these lands do not require sight.
Yeah, I can see why they took it that way. Strange, huh? I wonder what caused it. I wonder what's causing it. I guess it's just something we're going to have to live with.
Yes. DM, do we feel like being in the dry season makes this worse, makes it less worse, is it roughly the same?
I think the last time you were here at the beginning of the dry season. So it's kind of the same.
Okay.
I imagine you probably want like a mix between like, actually, I don't know. This land's probably terrible to traverse in no matter what.
Okay. But I feel like we probably already talked about everything, so I think we like made a record that we're definitely going to this
I think
temple area.
Yeah, I imagine we were talking about like probably like before we came here. Then we came here like, oh, change of plans.
Yeah.
And that's what we talked about like probably that night.
So you have been given the general direction northeast along the coast. There seems to have been a building, well, some sort of buildings. It's not really.
Along the coast, was said?
Yeah.
Must be a port city, or was a port city.
So
Seems like it.
that's
I
like
wonder
the-
if we can. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's the way
No.
you're heading now.
Yeah, I believe that's the direction we're headed. Yeah, I was sort of like, I wonder if we can clear it out. We could rebuild it up there and get move like a garrison up there.
Well, I think we should probably not plan too much ahead.
Yeah,
We
it's
don't
just
really know much.
wishful thinking.
Need it for
DM,
these parts.
Did we get a DM? Did we get a? I feel like we last week we got a distance.
Maybe like a rough distance.
36 miles.
Yeah, so it's like 7 down, and then like
Yeah. 40
yeah,
miles
it was like
range.
in this area or so. We'd probably have to like map out our exact distance if we actually want to see it. I'd expect it to be longer or farther away.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, I think it's time to get going. No time like the present.
DM, Ruin will at this point. Well, first of all, we're setting course back on that survival proficiency, and I think here at the coastline he tries to spending a little bit of time here to see if like the sea breeze is still present and if that is still a accounting thing even in this terrain. Okay, so he will probably suggest to the party that we do travel pretty close to the coastline, because it would help mask our scent and be more harder to track by smell.
Staying on the coastline, you will notice that once you are up on the cliff, you don't smell the air of the sea. It seems like everything is getting pressured to the ground, more or less. You're not that far away, right? It's just a few 100 feet up from the sea level. You should usually have like a like cold air blowing up from the ground, but it isn't. Seems unnatural.
Interesting. Okay. Well.
Come on, Ruben. What you looking at the sea for? Let's get going.
Yes, that is true. We should go.
I conjure some steeds.
Alright. What is the memes?
Polymorph self on the rock and phantom steeds for the boys.
Okay, so how many spells do you need to cast for this?
Phantom steed times 2. Well, first I cast polymorph self on the rock. I'm planning on doing. I can learn this spell or this slot again, but maybe it didn't happen today as we were planning the morning. So I cast polymorph self on the rock, and then I cast 2 phantom steeds.
Alright. Give me your spell list. Since we are in uncharted territory, everything can go back bad pretty quickly here, so...
Yeah. Oh, wrong channel.
Oh, it's good. You post stuff in the wrong channel.
And then I pop the phantom steeds and polymorph self on the rock.
Alright. So you have Lemon's Tiny Heart on 4th level, Slow on 3rd level,
Secure
and
shelter.
then... Oh yeah, Lemon's Secure Shelter, right. Gaze reflection.
Here's what animal you polymorphed into?
Oh wait, I don't have gaze reflection yet. That's a later day to me. I have magic missile on that slot.
Okay.
I can repost it just for rigor. This is after the things have been cast.
Alrighty. Yeah. So what's your movement speed with everything calculated?
Oh, okay, let's look at.
And Ruven will, before Uzma goes away, will take the eyeglass. What's it called in English? Yeah.
Spyglass.
Yeah.
4. It's a movement rate of 4 per caster level for Phantom Steed. So that'd be 4 times 7.
28.
Yeah.
But does your Phantom Steed already have can traverse sand and stuff?
Nope.
Nope.
We're
Okay.
going slower.
As you start, you're not going slower, no. And what are you polymorphing into?
Hockey Hawk.
Hockey Hawk. Okay, so you're flying.
No wait, Falcon. I think that's the thing.
Falcon. Yeah. You are flying a tiny
I'm
flying
flying
creature
pretty
in the
low-
giant
close to-
wasteland.
Sorry?
A tiny flying creature in the giant wasteland.
Yep, but I'm flying pretty low to the ground. I'm just flying next to the horses.
Alright. So with 828 movement speed, you would be able to travel 56 miles in a day, right? And you're trying to
I think it's if we're unimpeded, yeah.
travel along the coastline.
I think that's the general plan, unless someone objects to it?
I default to you on this because I know nothing about traversing the wilderness.
Reuven also knows nothing about this terrain, but he pretends he has
Yes,
some.
you come across more confidence. I'm like, oh, sure.
Yeah. And
There's no terrain that cannot be traversed by magic.
Great.
yeah, we also cover ourselves. The horse riders cover ourselves up with our nice cloaks and cover our horses with the nice cloaks.
Mm-hmm.
I think they don't need to see.
Who's
Yeah,
leading the party?
I imagine.
I guess
Imagine
it is.
Reuven?
I guess it is Reuven. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Reuven.
because
Mechanically, you have higher thingies than me, but I guess it's still Reuven.
I just imagine it's Reuven just because he's like the one that's like, follow me.
Yeah.
I have a
I know
little
what
bit
I'm
more
doing.
movement speed, so I'm doing like a zigzag around the party.
So Reuven, give me a random d20. Just
Yeah, I imagine me and
just
Reuven
for
are probably
fun.
like, I'm probably like either next to him or like right behind him because he's probably like the leading, but I'm like probably a little behind him.
Yeah.
I
As
like
I
super
rolled
far apart.
D20, DM,
Mm-hmm.
roll it first. It's a 1. It's a natural 1.
Either really good or really
Natural
bad.
one.
Reuven's plan of movement is first some considerations, like he's still trying to take in the environment, occasionally going, stopping and taking samples of the dirt to see how the environment is changing, constantly looking about the wind to see if that ever comes back or it's going worse or going better, and still worried about being traced by like scent, even though we've taken some measures for it with the horses and our cloaks. He still tries to, even knowing that he is not familiar with the terrain and not very familiar with like scent-based tracking, he still does some effort to move in a way that will be inconvenient to track. Yeah. So very likely maybe decreasing the overall movement speed somewhat, but he is willing to take that. And unless someone yells at him for it, he's not going to stop.
No, I just think you're doing ranger stuff. I'm like, yep, that's what an elf does. An elf who knows the wilderness. That's what they do.
Osmar, since you are flying
With my hawk eyes.
with your hawk eyes, give me a perception check.
Big.
You got all your failures out last time.
All right.
True.
Reuven, also give me a perception check.
Okay. 18, failure.
All right. So, you two are riding there on the ground. It's like almost half the day has passed. You can. No, I will drag
By the
you
way,
where you
Phantom Steed
are
only
about.
lasts for like 7 hours or something.
I think it's 9.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, 1 hour pull. I thought it was 2 hours with 1 hour pull. My bad.
So it's like around this place. You can already see the deserty ground in the distance. As you come through what seems to be a weird impression in the ground.
I see it.
You are flying. You can see that there is this impression dragging along quite a while. As the other two, do you see a yellow circle around yourself, Oliver?
Yes, I do. Oh,
That's
wrong.
bad.
Yeah.
You're not supposed
Oh,
to
that's
see that
bad.
yellow circle.
Oh, I'm
You
not supposed to see it. Okay, yeah. There we go. It's gone now.
Yeah. I need to see. You don't need to see.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Don't worry. Okay, I know there's a yellow circle. I don't know what it does.
Osmar, you can be somewhere flying around if you want to.
Sure.
And as you're flying around here, you see that your two friends are riding into a group of bugs.
Where do I see the bugs?
You see the bugs. You are somewhere in the air. They are riding along. They did not see them.
Yeah, but where do I see the bugs? Like, where are the bugs? How far out do I see them from?
Where you are on the map, you can see them where they are on the map. Can you not see things on the map?
Oh, this?
At the bottom right, I think.
I can't ping this.
Oh yeah. This is one large bug and a group of ant-men.
I don't see that. Oh, there. I give it a hawk scream and turn 180 degrees.
Yeah.
Are we notified of this?
You hear a hawk scream.
And then I can move it like this with my movement class B.
Alright, let's just stop here and roll initiative. They know that you're here.
Okay.
Are we notified? I don't know if we've had a talk about this or not.
You hear a hawk scream. You can do whatever you want to do with the
I
hawk
think
scream.
Ruben at least looks up.
Yeah, I think I
probably
think I just look around this round or whatever, like just like, huh, what's going on? I can't do initiative.
I think it would be fair if Ruben does a charisma check to understand the excitement of the screech.
I think I'll just like go at the end of the round, no matter what happens. I think that's probably fair. Like I'll probably just go at the end of the round. Because I'm like, sort of like, we'll go and see like what's happening. So I'll probably like go. That's probably like my penalty is to go at the end of the round.
If you agree with that, Duck, that's fine with me as well.
Sounds fine.
Okay.
You think going at the end of the round is fine?
Yep.
Just like wait to see what happens. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sort of like because I don't think we've talked about hawk move like designations or not. Do a 10,009.
That's a big number.
It is. You go last. You go last in
You
10,000
rolled a
rounds.
10 on it.
You go last. Yeah, you go last in 10,000 rounds.
Alright.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that too. I'll
That's
just do
great.
Weird.
Should just quickly give them hit points. Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Should we just do a D10 versus a D10?
Why?
I don't know, there's so many things.
It's easy to do them.
Okay.
I'm actually wondering if you could just highlight all of them and do it. And if you do all of them and highlight all of them and do initiative roll, I'd probably just do initiative roll for one. Yeah.
That's a plugin.
Oh, okay.
That's a
Yeah,
hack.
that's
Yeah.
The hack, yeah. Not allowed to hack on Roll20, it's illegal.
I have not looked at API plugins for rolling hit points, so
Yeah.
that's why I have to do this shit manually, but I'm almost done,
Yeah, no worries, don't take too long.
and it turns out that I am not.
That's usually almost why whenever I do like a bunch of like creatures that are the same, it's like, I'm just gonna roll the hit points once or just take the average and just do that for all of them, for just the hit points.
That's boring.
Yeah, it's boring, but it's like, it saves so much time if I wasn't prepared for it.
Alright, they all have hit points.
There you go, I'm happy.
As they all start running into your direction.
Pitter pat, pitter pat.
I'm still
what do
somewhat in the air, by the way.
What do they sound like when they're moving? Does their sound, or is it just sort of like they're striding across the surface?
You don't really hear much, no?
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Do they scream out rap lyrics?
Doesn't seem like it.
They look
Because
like
we are silent
shrews.
as well, then, right? So the whole combat is weirdly silent right now. No movement is made.
Imagine it's just like they move very quietly. Like you probably hear
They
you
have
concentrate,
many feet, and so they move really silently.
And
Compared to
it's
you.
sand.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the ground isn't hard, so they can sneak very well.
they make great
Osmar,
teams.
I completely ignored your aid.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
What
I
are you
fly.
doing?
I fly over here and then I polymorph into Osmar.
Alright, so you're polymorphing this round.
Yep. if I can put the shard in my pocket during this round, I'll also do that.
Mm-hmm. The giant bug also crawls up here. And Oliver and Rufen, you are kind of surprised by a group of crazy things trying to eat you, apparently.
Okay. So we see at least. Do we see Uzma turn into himself?
If you were watching him, yeah, you can see him fly over there and land. As you like kind of stop moving, watching the hawk fly by, flying the falcon fly by and land over there. And as you look back forward, you can see the group of ants and the giant bug crawling to your direction.
Seeing Uzma land, Reuven instantly equates that to we're fighting and staying. So he would like to do, through his tumbling and dexterous movements, like mid-ride, jump off the horse and like slap the horse like it's a real horse to like go off in this direction. So it's away from combat.
I think the steed completely ignores what you're doing, but stands there behind you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I'm assuming that takes my full movement action to get off the horse. Yeah. Do I get any movement left?
Oh yeah, you can half move.
Okay. I will move closer to Oliver.
Yeah, we're probably doing a thing where like I'm getting off the horse as well, and probably can meet in the middle.
Okay. Fine.
That's probably we'll probably do that. Yeah.
So that's your end of the round where you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, then let's roll initiative.
Sounds good. If I go look at my speed, I forgot what it is. It is 5.
New speed.
Oh, first, nice to 15.
We don't have Kitty on the map. Do you need Kitty?
And I don't. I tell Kitty to stay put for now.
All right.
But you can call her out if you want, but you don't have to right now. I'm telling her to stay put.
All right.
We have to roll hit location to see if they're going to target your cat.
The first animal will crawl up here, and all of them have these like weird green sticks in their hands, right?
Yeah, I'm like, so is that metal? I'd say everyone.
Rock.
As the thing crawls up to you, and will attack you.
I think we both have stone since charges, so
Yeah.
I don't even have to roll. But
Yeah, let me roll my things, alright?
okay.
I need to roll. Sometimes I just need to roll. Okay.
You need to know the value of the stone skin. Did it block a 1 or did
Reuven,
it block
it's
a
your
20?
turn.
Nice. What did I see this thing do?
Crawl up to Oliver and try to stab him with his green spear.
Okay. I will start shooting. I'll start shooting this bug. I have my bow out.
This bug will, at the same time, shuffle over and try to stab you as well.
That was
E 2014.
a 32 to hit.
Yeah, that's a crit.
What about that 1,449? Is that a crit too?
Using
That's
just
also a
normal
crit.
arrows.
Yeah.
8.
You deal more than 2 points of damage, so you kill one of the ants.
You also knocks a stone skin charge off you though.
That doesn't make it to me before it.
It gets to you before you can shoot it, and it will try to stab you as you shoot it, knocking off a stone skin charge.
I like to imagine it's like, body just collides with you and that takes out the stone skin charge as it's dead.
And as this goes on, you can see the large bug behind. Usma, you can see this way better than the other two because they are kind of busy with ants trying to stab them. It starts opening up his back more or less like it has wings, which it.
Do we read about these?
Oh no. You do not.
Ooh.
You have no idea what it does. As it opens up its wings and starts spraying a glittering dust into the air. And I need
Oh my
both
god.
Reuven and Oliver to make me saving throws versus spell.
Okay.
Okay. Versus spell. Ooh, not a good one.
I have resistances against
Nope.
charming or whatever that thing is.
It's blinding.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, I fail.
Spell. Okay. Make it.
You make it as the dust starts to glitter in front of you, and you can avert your eyes before the glittering in the air reflects way too much light into your eyes, and you are not blinded. But Oliver, you are blinded.
I'm like, I can't really see.
Oliver, are you okay?
There's
Got something in my eyes.
There's annoying sticky glitter dust on Reuben as
Yeah.
well.
Is that?
Yeah,
I think the invisible
You are-
is no same.
it glittered. As the next ant will run up here, following his friends, and also try to stab Oliver with a. It stabs you with a 16, a natural 16, and as it stabs you, the green thing that it has in its hand shatters.
Oh. Okay.
Whoa.
I'm not sure if that's good or bad.
As also this one will crawl over here, crawl over the body of his dead friend, and will try to stab Reuven. And stabs you. Osman, it's your turn.
1, 2, 3, 4. Similar to this duder, I also throw down a glitter dust.
You throw down a glitter dust.
In this
Awesome.
area.
They all act like they're rolling saving throws versus spell. And it's time for the next ant to go. It chews around here. They're not the smartest, it seems like. This one, it's not trying to get behind you to stab you in the back or anything. But it is flanking you. And it is
I'm blinded as well.
on the side where your shield is not. So
And
it
I'm blind
stabs-
anyway, so the shield doesn't matter.
And it stabs you.
Alrighty.
At the same
I'm
time.
getting attacked from the side. That's all I know.
This one is shivering over there, and stabs Reuven. And as it stabs you, its green shard it has in its hand shatters.
Do I see anything special happen? Feel anything different?
No,
Okay. I just feel like his weapon just broke.
yeah,
Okay.
it's exactly what it looks like. As the last two ants, one will make its way over here, and this one will make its way over here. The one against Reuven hits you. You can almost feel it hitting you, almost. And the one against Oliver also hits.
Quick question about
Oliver.
Phantom State positioning. Is it
Mhm.
making any of these attacks harder?
The Phantom Steeds are standing here and here.
Yeah.
Oliver, it's your turn.
I think I felt one attack me from the side. It was the last one, so I'm gonna move in that direction and attack.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what do we get? -4.
Yeah.
Okay. So 14.
14 is already at -4.
Yeah, I am plus
Oh,
2 for level, +1 for specialization, +3 for strength, then -4 is the +2.
Yeah. Alrighty. A great hit. You are almost certain that you killed the creature in front of you.
Yeah, I'm like, I thrust in, I thrust out.
Reuven,
I'm like, I
it's your
think I
turn.
hit something.
I want to shoot the one that's like about to hit, like one of these two. Can I hit either of these two?
You can hit both of them.
Okay, I want the one on the south side, then, closer to Oliver, and 16 to hit.
That is a hit.
Okay. 6 damage. Ooh.
For the
Okay.
attack. That is a hit.
Yep.
Zoink.
Yep. That's
Uh,
all. I also, if I have any movement, I can convert into words. I want to tell Oliver that he definitely didn't like. He's surrounded right now. But I got your back. Yeah. For the remainder.
Alright. Give me a second before you roll your initiative. Okay, now roll your
1.
initiative.
Oh, nice. The initiative?
Oh, rolling time.
I'm getting my bad rolls out of the way.
Oh, I got a 10. Now I got a 9 this round. Getting better.
Nice.
Yeah, we're
Alright.
not really doing
First
too well, are we?
goes Ant-Man number 1, who is now kind of flanking you, but whatever. As it rolls a 1 to hit you. But you have Stone Skin, so who cares?
Yep.
Okay.
As you no longer have Stone Skin.
Okay.
I don't think I noticed.
Who are you talking to? Who hit who? Oh, okay.
One of the south creatures hit Oliver, and one of the north creatures is trying to hit you at the same time, which it does. And Osma, it's your turn.
I magic missile the big guy.
At the same time as one of the other Ant-Men will try to hit Ruben again.
15.
And this one will strike you and break its weapon.
Okay. Still stone skinned?
Seems like it.
Cool.
And you deal 15 points of damage to the large bug in the background. Who dies?
Big.
Oh, shit.
As the creature now without its weapon will, instead of striking you, try to bite you.
Okay.
And will manage to do so very proficiently. As your stone skin phase. And it's your turn.
Do I feel any like liquids or poison splash
No, they
onto
do.
me?
They do get a -1 if they're evil creatures.
I know.
Okay, just making sure. I wanted to make sure.
Can I shoot the guy north of me that still has his weapon?
Yeah.
Very good. 20
hit.
to hit. Assuming it hits. 6 damage.
Dead. As this one down here, without his weapon, will bite Julius with an 21 modified. What's your
That
AC?
should hit. That hits my normal AC.
What's your AC?
21 normally.
21 normally.
It's -4 and then -2 for no shield as well. So -6 would be 15 now with all the modifiers.
So it crits you.
Did you give it a +4 or are you giving me a -4 AC?
I'm giving you a -4. Because
Okay, yeah, okay, that's 15 then. Yeah, so it should crit.
For 9 points of damage.
Oof.
As it's your turn, at the same time as one of the other ones will try to bite you.
I go towards
No, this
where
one
the
will
last
try
one.
to stab you with a
Okay,
16. That's enough to hit you as well, right?
Yeah.
Unlucky.
I go towards the one that last hit me, like that just bit me. I'm gonna just go in the direction of the last one that hit me from the time, and then 18.
18 hits. As you
Definitely hits
take,
this time. So happy.
you also take 6 points of damage.
Oh well.
Which one did you kill? The one on the right or the one in front of you?
The one that bit me was the one I hit.
All right.
Or aimed at.
It's dead.
Yeah, because that was the last one that hit me before that round.
Yeah.
I think end of round movement.
End of round movement if you want to move, yes.
Is it double movement for climbing down?
Yeah. 3 times. But it's also only a 8 feet cliff, so if you want to jump, you can.
Okay, I'll just jump then. So I have 60 feet.
Mhm.
Oh wait, I need to recalculate. I don't know. There. Okay.
Reuven, second and third hit.
I don't know if this will take any of my attacks away, but seeing that Oliver is getting absolutely bashed, or hearing his screams of half a HP getting downed, I will tell Kitty to go attack the ones hitting him. That maybe she goes next turn then.
Yep, she goes next turn.
Yeah. But I attack just the guy in front of me. 24 to hit.
Ah, that's a hit.
7 damage.
Let me just say second. Expensive kitty. Roll20 has this amazing thing now where you can default token things. Which one did you shoot? The one in front of you or the one up?
Just in front of me, yeah.
In front of you. The max HP hand.
29 damage. I think he dies.
29 to hit and roll damage. You cannot
9 damage.
deal less than 2 points of damage, so it dies.
I think yeah, I can't.
And Oliver, second round of combat.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that. Whoa, thrust.
You miss.
Thinking I hit something.
You miss.
I think I thrusted the same one that I killed last round, but I don't know that I killed it.
Yeah, let's remove the dead ends, give them new initiative.
That guy move. Oh,
No, it doesn't. It cheated.
cheater.
He just gets like his 10 attacks around. 10 attacks at plus 30 around. What do you mean? It's normal.
You said these guys look like normal admin?
Yeah. They do not fly, they just crawl around and have stabbies.
Wait, so is this guy here or is he supposed to be down?
No, he is where he is.
Okay.
I just moved him to roll initiative.
Okay. Okay. Probably still better.
Alright, and number one goes first and will try to
Oh, at
bite.
the same time.
Oh, at the same time as you go, right. The end tries to bite you.
That's where the last one I got hit before.
With an
That's
8.
the one that like an 8? Nope.
Yeah.
No dice.
No
And then
dice.
this one was the one that stabbed me the last round, so I'm gonna attack it. 16.
16, that's a hit.
Alright, as I
You cannot deal less than 3 points of damage, right?
no.
No. Which one? The one you're looking
Bottom
at?
left one. The one that hit me the one that stabbed me last round, so yeah, that
Right.
one I think.
That one
The
is
bottom
dead.
left one.
Once more, you go same time as Kitty goes.
Can I... Because Kitty's going the same time. Is this a check? I'm wondering if I can cancel. I rolled into color spray. I wonder if I can cancel my action to instead go and charge like at the end of the round with quarterstaff. Or we can just roll the color spray.
Give me a
if I can't do
perception
that.
check. Yeah, you noticed that Reuven was streaming something at Kitty. It's probably something about... you hear the name in the middle of the screaming, so... Elven,
So-
Elven, Oliver, Elven, Elven, you can assume that this is
Okay.
what
I'll
Kitty's
just go
doing.
at the end of the round and I'll go quarterstaff this guy.
Kitty.
And burn my spell still.
Ooh.
Crit, miss. The ant is dead.
Yeah.
Don't even need to consider rolling because crits.
Yeah.
Alright. Reuven, you go.
Last guy remaining.
Crit. Also dead.
It's 5 minimum damage.
Yeah. The ant had 2 HP, so...
Okay. I pull Oliver away from the corpses and I.
Yeah,
tell
I'm like still ready. Still in combat.
Your blind wears off.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Now.
Once it goes away, I'm
Exactly
like,
now.
oh, right at the end of combat. Great.
Right at the end of combat.
Oliver, come here. We don't want to mess ourselves with these corpses. They are dead.
Yes. Do they attract them? Do they get attracted to their corpses?
We certainly know at least one type can spray things that attracts prey, or attracts the others to the one that was sprayed. But we don't know about if their blood or something has effects. I would recommend before we move on, we try to wash ourselves a bit at least. Especially you, Oliver. Is
What do
that
we have to
okay,
wash that?
Usmar? Do we have the
No.
water resources to do so?
Yeah, I think we should be fine. I might be a little bit awkward. I pull out a water keg from the bag of holding and put it on the ground somewhere near to Oliver, but I don't want to touch him in case the weird ant stuff that Ruben warned me about gets attached to me.
Did anyone else get hurt, or was it just me?
Nope, I think it was just you.
I looked to Ruben.
No, it's fine.
Very well, then I'll like touch myself and lay on my own hands. Lay
Okay,
hands on
got.
myself.
No, sorry, never mind.
Can you heal yourself until you're fine, Oliver?
Mostly. I'll be good. I'll be fine. You heal. You see, like most of the apparent wounds heal up. Like there's still some like chips and scratches and stuff. You probably can't, like, it's below the armor.
How much water are you using for your washing?
Probably not. I don't know how much you would need to wash, but
How many gallons?
I'm saying I don't know how many gallons you would need to wash. Like like a rub stuff off of you.
You
Yeah.
need 2 gallons of water.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, that's easy.
Alright, so I use 2 gallons as I'm like cupping it up and like splashing it on myself, rubbing it into places.
Was Ruben also very much splattered?
You did not get bitten, right? So
Yeah.
not that bad. You have a bunch of
I probably
and-
washed Kitty.
Yeah, Kitty. Like I know Kitty's cleaning herself.
Yeah, I'll probably
He's
focus on like where I got
Eating
bit.
the bug stuff. Gross.
After like I clean up, I sort of like get back on the phantom suit. I'm like, oh well, are we ready to go?
Nod. Turn into Hawk. No, Falcon.
Ruben halts a bit, but thinks to himself, if we wanted to be very safe, we would put some dirt on them to make them not as noticeable. But if we want to just escape, we can leave.
I don't
If
believe
it's
the horses leave tracks. I look back to where we came from. I assume that.
Do they? Do they not?
I mean, they have insubstantial hooves. I don't know if it adds like pressure still anyway. But I assume it's magic stuff and it doesn't leave tracks.
They don't seem like the type of animals to use reason. They seem to go by instinct mostly.
I think the distance we can
they
create
do
is
not
probably
leave.
more of a
They
safeguard.
do not leave footprints. No.
Yeah. I think the distance we create between us is going to be more of a safeguard than the added dirt. Though, you're the ranger. If you disagree with me, I have a couple of shovels. If you want to get the shovel in.
He shakes his head. I agree with you.
Alright.
Yeah, we can continue on. But
Alright.
hopefully tomorrow, Oliver, you can use your magics to heal yourself fully.
I should be full by tomorrow.
Okay.
Do you keep walking around the side of the land, like the cliff side, or do you travel across?
I think that's still the plan. I still do all the points before, so it's not fully on the cliffside. I think that's generally it gives us a very good distinct way of travel, so we make sure we don't miss this temple, and we also can like limit the amount of areas that we might be spotted from.
Alright.
Hopefully, I guess.
Yeah. Osma, give me another perception check as you continue flying around.
Boom.
Boom.
Yes, I got all the bad. This is how statistics works, right? When you do bad rolls, then you get good rolls.
That is how probability works entirely.
Yeah.
Don't question it. I of course.
Osma, you can
Like karma.
see, like, in the east, there seems to be, like, a canyon of some sorts. And getting closer to the canyon, you can see a bunch of insects crawling around.
Near the canyon?
Along the canyon on this side, yeah. Not on the other side so much. And especially, like, in this area, there seems to be a lot of insect activity going on, like bunch of miles away.
What is the average, or what is the estimated insects per square mile?
Way higher than you would expect.
Yeah, but I have no idea what. Like, can you give me like a ballpark number?
So the first time you were like running around here, you ran into a few, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now here you ran into this group of like 9. And looking to the east, there seems to be like a swarm, like at least 100 ants or so crawling around.
And like 100 per like mile by mile area.
Like in this like general like area here. So
in this area, I can see about. I mean, it's obviously hard to tell, give like a good estimation, but I would guess like in the hundreds of ants.
In the 100, like. Okay. Also, you can see a few other of these large bugs.
The spellcaster dudes.
The one you just killed, yeah.
Okay.
Also, you see another, like one singular that you can see, giant bug. That's like this blackish, large thing.
Does it look like the rhino, or does it look like?
Probably.
Okay.
A few bugs flying in the air as well.
Okay. After seeing this, I also look this way to see if I see any bugs in this area.
Seems to be nothing over there.
Okay. And you said we at this point where we're at right now, we've already traveled half a day.
It's around midday as you get here. Like you have
around midday.
The larger part of your travel is still in front of you.
Large part of our travel.
So you traveled like 15 miles or so until you got into this ambush. And now you can continue.
Okay. I'll fly down to the party and notify them of the scary ants. There must be hundreds of them to the east. I try to look when I'm on the ground. Do I see the canyon, or is it within that one?
Not really. You were able to see well into the distance, like, and have a better vision because of your altitude. On the ground, you don't even really see the ants. Like, they are there, but like the ground is not really flat, so they are kind of hidden.
I don't really have. I can't relay the vision, obviously, but from my previous altitude, I spotted a lot of ants here to the east. There seemed to be some sort of canyon as well. I think we should definitely be hugging the coastline.
Probably a good idea. If they're like ants, that are like or beehives. They're probably got a ton of them in there.
Very likely. If we are spotted by them, we are in very big trouble. All we can do then is go back or go forward and try to escape from them.
Just try to outrun them. Well, good thing you spotted it. We know what direction not to go.
I'm just worried. I'm not exactly sure where they came from, so I'll try to keep an eye out, make sure that we don't.
There must be a hive or like a home or something nearby if there's that many of them just sitting about. There have to be some reason to be over there.
Mm.
Uzmar, as you are a bird, you can next time you can communicate to us better if we agree on certain thing. So if
Like,
you shout one time, we look up. If you shout two times, is get ready to battle. If you shout three times,
I think the more urgent the thing, for instance, get ready to battle, I think that should be one shout.
okay.
I feel we need to invent a Morse code to
Yeah.
better communicate as a bird.
If one, we get ready to fight. If three, we follow you.
I think it should be the other way around. So we don't like confuse like what. So if he has some time to do his second shout, we don't confuse it for combat.
Ruven's face palms like, just make sure your screech is very different. It's very noticeable.
Just do a long shout followed by two short shouts for an A, and then we can I think we come up with some solution for like
the only time I'll screech is when combat is nearby. If I have something more intricate to say, I'll land and converse the thought in human speech.
And if you want us to run away and we don't have time, just start flying and we will follow you.
If I want you to run away,
just fly in the direction we need to go and we will follow you.
Well, what if you're not paying attention to me at that time?
You shout first.
But how do you know that from combat?
We don't. That's the point. We'll be ready to fight and you'll tell us to go somewhere.
It sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, that sounds not
Okay.
good.
If you want us to go away, go a different direction, then come to talk to us.
Sounds like a good idea. I think if the thing is we have enough time to move, because if we don't have enough time to move, then there's no reason for him to just fly away. If it's that quick, if it's that urgent, we probably have to stay and fight.
Okay.
I wonder if, as I feel like my altitude here has given me viewpoints that we didn't previously have. We haven't lost anything. Don't move the token yet. Or is this the point when I see them?
No, like
Okay.
after you start moving again, you look around a bit more.
We haven't lost anything yet. I wonder if it would it not be wise for us to maybe make back. I do this trip a couple of times just as a bird. Try to scout out the area a little bit better before we start making our way. Or do we
That
just want
sounds
to go?
incredibly dangerous in case you come across something that they can see you in the air. We don't really know what's out here. I mean, yeah.
Sure, we can keep going if you think that's safer.
I mean, those bugs are already weird enough. I don't even know what's in the air. Those are on the ground.
I'd presume the air is going to be less populated.
And you can, I don't know. This place seems weird, strange. Seems like
You
cursed.
were staying low to the ground, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty low.
100 feet or so up in the air.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a little bit less. Like 70. Or 80. It probably goes up and down a little bit.
You will notice that flying is kind of exhausting.
Oh, exhausting. Okay.
Compared to back in the normal lands, flying is quite easy.
There's shit in the air.
But here, the air is like really pushing you to the ground most of the time, so you have to really fly and flap your wings all the time.
Okay.
I say at least we go to when it becomes different terrain, and then we can observe there. And if we need to, you can
My only worry is that if we have to sleep the night in a very offensive position, but at that point it might already be too late.
I think it is already too late.
I think we're gonna have to sleep in an offensive place, no matter where we sleep out here. If we're not if we're out here in the wasteland.
Sure. I won't argue further, but
All right, so you continue on.
I believe so.
I do not want to change your size. I want to move you. I want to move you. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
Why can I not?
can I take a break before camping though? I need to go bathroom.
This is like at the half-day mark. You
you
arrive at
finished?
at this place where the ground seems to change drastically.
Okay. This is half day mark.
Okay.
Uh,
Do we now looking in this direction? Do we see anything still on the ground?
we have the
not
spyglass.
yet. No, the
Spyglass
ground's
does it
still hard
count?
to see.
Okay.
And it's hard to see because of the dust, right?
It's hard to see because of the dust, and also it's hard to see because the ground is kind of flat.
Okay. So
And it's
even
not
if someone had
Even,
much,
but it's
so if someone had much better vision than us, which they shouldn't because we have a spyglass, they'd still be difficult for them to see as well. It's because it's not limited by.
it's hard to
vision.
see things that are on the ground
Very good.
because the ground is not even. It's like slightly going up and down.
Yeah.
So there's always things that could be in these small valleys that you cannot see.
I think Reuven takes that very positively, as it's hard to be spotted by a massive swarm.
What you can see is like in the edge of your vision, you can see that there seems to be a cut, which must be this canyon that Osman has been talked about.
Okay.
You can make out that there's a part of the ground missing because it's not showing up anymore.
But Reuven would say that we go to this weird terrain and then jump down for a bit and look at it.
Jump down?
Like jump down from the horses. Like
Oh.
stay put for a bit and it'll like look at the sand.
I'm not sure how
Whatever it
much longer the horses will last.
is. Reuven will sigh and say, we might want to just look for a good place that we could make camp then, if the horses will. As you
We
say,
continue
be
on.
safe.
We should be able to continue on foot for a while, shouldn't we?
We good.
If it's not a bad spot, I mean, if we're at a bad spot to camp, we just keep going until we find a better spot, or like the best spot we can think of. We can find. It's only about half day right now.
Okay.
Find like a dune or something like that. Actually, I don't know if we know about dunes. I don't know if we've ever seen deserts. We can find like I don't know, we can find something natural place to be more hidden.
Yeast.
It seems like the ground isn't that sandy, but it's starting to get really, really dry and rocky. Like,
Oh, okay. It's like sandstone, maybe.
yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. We'd be finding an easier place to hide then, if that's the case, because usually you find more like natural that stuff. But oh well,
I can make a sandstone hut.
like Minecraft.
Like Minecraft.
Reuven will take the party like a few 100 feet in at least to have the ground like they're totally different from before, and then jump down to look at it. See if
Wow.
it's
It seems like a really dry ground. You ranger sense this up that there is really basically no downfall here ever, or if it is, it's like way too random, and there seems to be no underground water sources here. Underground water sources compared to the just this wasteland, where the ground seems to be fertile technically, but it seems to be impossible to grow things mostly. The ground here seems to be infertile.
Gotcha. Now that I'm 7th level, I have my like ranger investigation things went up by a thingy. So now looking at this area, does Ruben think that this is just like the next level of the like dissertation or like attack on nature that will soon come on the southern parts of this area, or is this like a completely different?
No, like with your newfound ranger knowledge, like traveling from the mining platform over here, this just seems to be like the slow decline from a land that is still attached to some water source to a land that is no longer attached to a water source. So, by all means, unless there's a substantial change in the underground water, this must be the equilibrium.
Gotcha. Okay.
Else the desert would have progressed, or like this dry land would have progressed further in.
Gotcha. So it seems to be very much linked to the underground water sources. All right.
Or maybe this is a completely crazy magical effect that you have no understanding of.
Yeah. Very possible.
Oliver's gonna take it. Oh, sorry.
Because the whole ocean wind not being here thing is very unnatural in a way. So anything's possible. Skits, you were saying?
Yeah, I was saying, like, I think it's Oliver's taking a different approach. He's like, oh, this land seems to be more cursed the farther out we go from civilization. We have some forest on the border, and then I get a little bit of a wasteland, and now we're in a large, like a big sandy beach.
Ruben's face is just grave as he nods, but doesn't say anything.
Your face is not grave.
Grave.
Grave, okay.
Also not grave, it's happy. Smiling.
Yeah. How much time do you think we still have on our horses, Ulmar?
How many hours has it been, ish?
6, 7.
Should be gone by now,
Approximately 0.
Okay.
As you say that, our horses disappear.
Poof!
I think from here we should start looking for a good area to sleep in, a good hidden place. So,
Makes
or at
sense.
least see if we can find it.
We're gonna camp in the wasteland at the sandy area.
Well, the sandy area isn't actually sandy, right? It's like more sandstony. It's not like
It's stony, and there's like a bunch of like dust on
Yeah.
it. Maybe it's sand, but it's not like not like desert and just sand.
So do you want the gray wasteland, or do you want the brown wasteland, or the white wasteland?
Well, we've just been traveling a whole bunch through this bottom wasteland bit. Reuben thinks to himself a bit. Does he think there's any like that he would think as good spots to like hide a essentially a building in, like any caves or things that would occur in this terrain?
Didn't seem like it.
Okay.
The best thing you can find is like basically a place like the one you were ambushed at, where there's a natural dugout.
Gotcha. Reuben,
But then there's also the question: why is there a natural dugout? Like, you didn't
It's
see that as
natural.
well as Osma did, but Osma, you clearly saw that there's a long line in the ground that you came across.
Oh, that was real?
So Ruben will relate to the other party that there isn't really many good spots. There wouldn't be very good spots in the southern part. So maybe we can try our luck and go a bit more ahead. And even though
we
it's
can't get-
uncharted terrain, we might be able to find a cavey area or something.
If it can't get worse, we might as well keep going forward.
Yeah. Maybe also you could check the cliff. That's also an option.
Yeah, Ruben will do so. Probably even start periodically.
If we walk along the coastline, I could fly on the cliffside.
Even better.
Yep. So we'll go near the sea, and I'll fly on the seaside of the things.
All right. So you have 12 more miles of foot travel.
Something like that.
Yeah, and I think we don't want to take the full just straight ahead. We want to like start looking through the area, trying to find.
Yeah, we probably just go like half that rate till while we're looking around.
Before
Or a
we
quarter, maybe.
before we head off, or before I go onto the seaside, I want to try a couple of different flying forms to see if any of them feel like it's easier in the dust air. I want to see if the fairy dragon, if moving is like less exhausting.
Yeah, it's less exhausting, but you're also way slower.
Okay, but it's fine now that we're walking anyway. There are no horses, so I'm fairy dragoning it now. With my perfect air mobility. Hell yes.
All right. You do not find any interesting caves or anything on the edge of the cliff during the rest of your travel. So you have to find a somewhat hidden place on the ground. Move and give me a perception check to see with what amazing thing you come up.
17 failure.
Yeah, you find this. It is kind of hidden, but with it being kind of hidden also comes the fact that you cannot see shit around it. But that's the maybe the downside you have to take.
Yeah.
Quick meme, since Ruben is always talking about tracking and stuff. So there's, I guess, something that I'm kind of cognizant about. I kind of, as the others are walking and I'm flying behind them, once we decide that we haven't really found any pool cave on the like side of the land, I want to look. Since we're walking on kind of like stone and there's like a lot of dust flying around, are they like leaving footprints or do they get like washed out pretty quick?
They get washed out pretty quick, yeah.
Okay. So I'll make note of that to Ruben in case he hasn't noticed. Ruben, doesn't seem like we really need to be too worried of tracking. And
Ruben, as a like high level tracker, you would be able to see these tracks, but normal person, no chance.
Ruben nods, like takes in what you're saying. Happy that you paid attention to his worries, and will nod along. And but you see him still kind of definitely not feeling like that problem has been solved.
I just remembered one thing that you would have gotten an information from the mining platform. The other adventuring group
is dead.
They have also been told about the ruins, and they went there as well. They went a few weeks before you, and they have not returned yet.
When did it go?
A few weeks before you.
Oh, that's not good.
And that was the same one we saved before?
Yeah,
we
probably.
think so.
Yep. There was only one other group.
They'd write down their names. I know what their name. I don't know what their name. My characters know what their names are, but the player, know what their names are.
I remember the wizard had shittier magic missiles than me.
They had 2 wizards.
Oh, they didn't. They had one.
Yeah, they
wizard.
did. They had
Did
2
they?
wizards. I wrote them down. Yeah. Terran and Pietro. I wrote them down.
And together
They had
their magic
fighter,
missiles
2
were
wizards,
as
and a
strong
rogue.
as yours.
Hmm?
And together their magic missiles were as strong as yours.
I think together their magic missiles were stronger. I think they were 2d4.
I think they were like both 2d4, and they
I
were
know,
like,
it's
and you were
3d4.
5d4 at the time. Or yeah, 3d4
What?
at the time.
I'm still not 5d4.
I misspoke.
Oh.
Lord, he misspoke.
I did math. I forgot. I was thinking. I was saying you were level 5, and my head did 5d4.
All right.
Yeah, I think like we set up the shelter. We probably get some shovels and like shovel up some sand on the side so it looks a bit more weird.
Yeah, I was
Really?
gonna say. I think we try to like mop up as much of the ground dust that's around, and try to put like just cover the top we're setting up.
Yeah, we like try to
Well-
camouflage it a bit.
Let's do this
With, like,
one step at a time because the casting takes 40 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean we're doing this like at the end of the day, so it's like we're I assume like the end of the day isn't like we're doing nothing. We fall asleep. It's like we're
Yeah,
getting.
but
food
last
and
time
stuff.
when I casted, not last time, but one time when I
Oh,
casted
yeah,
this,
that's right,
I got giga cucked.
Yeah, I guess
So
yeah, we'll see.
I look at both my party members and say in a very serious face, Ruben, I entrust you to make the decision once when the best time is, when we're safe. But the conjuration of the hut is not a quick process, and I must be undisturbed for it. So just notify me once I can begin the casting.
I mean,
and
it's
make
not dark
sure-
yet, right? So.
Make sure that it is not interrupted.
Yeah, I think he tells you to do it as quickly as we can, before it gets dark.
Okay, I'm doing it now.
All right, you do your casting. And
Dancey,
10 minutes
dancey,
later,
dancey, dance.
a stone structure constructs itself in front of you.
Is it
Which-
stone or sandstone?
It seems to be almost the same color as the ground, yeah.
Behaste. Okay, so I compare the tarp to it. It's probably the thing is probably better, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that purchase was for nothing.
The tarp with sand on it would probably be better than the structure because
Yeah, but
it
you
looks
probably
more
can't get
natural.
sand
but
on the
yeah.
roof. Yeah.
We
Probably.
need to invent a glue and then glue the sand to it.
Oh, if I made a custom glitter dust. Glitter
Sand
it's
dust.
Sand dust.
Yeah, glitter sand dust. Okay.
All
And
right.
then you cast You cast it on the tarp, and you cast permanently on it.
Well, I must get an early night's rest. I need to begin preparations tomorrow. Do we
Alright.
wish to travel with the same horse strategy?
I sort of like look out in the distance, and I can't see the place yet. I'm like, I think so. I don't know how far away it is.
I see. Okay.
We should expect it to be farther out than rather than closer.
Should we keep Oliver and I? Should we be keeping watch? Though it's quite difficult to see outside.
Yeah, I don't know if keeping watch is going to do much if we can't really see. We're in like a pretty bad place to see stuff. I mean, I can keep watch for about 4 hours, but I need to get some rest.
I think you should get some rest. It's important to so that you'd be able to cast spells in the morning. You got injured pretty badly there. Might happen again.
Yes, yeah, that is true, Oliver. You can't do that. You need to sleep.
Very
The
well.
I assure you, the doors are wizard locked. There's nothing that could penetrate this building without us being aware.
Very, very well. I'll trust in your abilities.
Thank you.
All right.
So DM, even though we are like the more or less the structure is made of the same stuff that the area we're in right now, and it's a pretty like covered area, right? Is it still possible? Ruin still would take some time to try to somehow camouflage it further. I'm not sure exactly how that would look like either dragging some more stones in to cover the structure with more like the natural stones, or cover up the windows, or the more sparkly bits that are unnatural to this terrain.
There isn't really much you can do. This is like almost as good as it gets.
Okay.
Oh, also it's not max size. It's pretty small. It's like a 3 meter by 5 meter. Would that be enough to house 3 people? 3. This is 3.
Yeah.
5 would be in there. Yeah.
Sure. It's
And
cozy.
DM, do we know how long the night cycle is?
It's like going towards summer, so the light out is probably 8 hours of darkness.
Oh,
2
okay.
hours
Then
dusk,
yes.
2 hours dawn.
Then it's most efficient to just Ruven, actually, then yeah, if we're torn, we probably don't. Ruven will like stay up like an hour and a half, and then go to sleep. So the time no one's up is only at like 6.5 hours.
Give me a perception check before you go to bed, Ruven. See if you see anything.
22.
22, yeah. As it gets like as the sun sets, it sets really slowly here because there's just the ocean and nothing much behind you. So you can see into the distance quite long, and you can see 6-7 miles away from where you are, traveling over like one of these small hills, a group of quadrupeds. You first looking at them, you think they are some sort of horses, but they look different. They just slowly waddle along, not really stressed out by anything.
What direction is this from us? So you're gonna tell me.
To the east.
Oh, east. Okay.
Deeper
Okay.
into the rocky, dusty, sandy terrain.
Ruven goes to get the spyglass and then look at them and then
Yeah.
yeah.
They walk really funny. Unlike horses, they walk. They waddle from left to right as they walk. They have like weird bumps on their back. Have short brown. I think they're brown in color, so yeah, hard to see in the distance, but you can see them.
Okay. And they
No
look
idea.
like pretty much unworried about the terrain they're in.
Yeah, they just walk along, not really paying attention to anything, it seems.
And I think final thing he notes is if they're gonna go past us, or how close will they get to us?
You try to count them, and you think there's like a dozen of them. They disappear in a dugout again, and then the sun sets, and you can't see them anymore.
Okay, but it seemed like they weren't like traveling like this, were they?
No, they were. You see them 6-7 miles away when they disappear
Okay,
in the east.
so he's pretty confident they won't cross our paths. So he's happy. He won't
Unless they
take the-
travel through the night in exactly your direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we didn't leave tracks in that direction, and should be fine. So. And yeah.
All right.
Probably friendly. We should pet them.
Probably, yeah.
Everything that's shaped like a horse is cool.
Wait, one more quick meme. When I go to sleep, I go to sleep as a fairy dragon.
You curl yourself up.
Yep.
On the bed. And sleep. What happens if you...
When the polymorph ends, I heal 1d12, so I just want to be... I don't know if that goes to the rock or if it goes to me.
It's only does this happen when it ends, or does it happen when you cancel the spell?
Oh yeah, that's right. I can cancel. Wait, I can cancel.
Yeah, the wizard can end the spell at any time when voluntarily returning to his own form and ending the spell. He regains 1d12 HP.
No, I'll try to voluntarily end the spell while holding a rock. Can I do that?
You try to voluntarily cancel the spell. Doesn't work.
Okay.
You don't get that sweet 1d12 HP.
Just hold on to the rock and hope I wake up with some more HP.
Do we need to take a quick break?
I
We
believe
can.
Top wanted to.
I already got rid of my urges.
Oh, okay. I'm good then. Actually, give me like 1 minute. I'm good. But if you guys
I
want, you can start
want
the
to
narration,
grab
I'll be
something
right
to drink, so give me
Yeah.
a minute.
Yeah. Okay then. All right. That's what I was doing. All right. Be right back.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Ready to get lost in the dark in a desert wasteland.
Sounds like fun.
It is. I mean, it has to be fun. You're on an adventure. Adventures are fun by default. It can't be an adventure for having fun.
True.
I feel like
And what's-
the last time a player character of yours got lost somewhere.
In the dark. There was a
Hey, who said
slight
it wasn't fun?
accident.
Okay. Look, the adventures that are thrust
You
upon
ever
you. are the
heard
best
about
adventures.
desert trolls?
We have acid. But maybe oil doesn't work on desert trolls, like the fire trolls.
It's
Oh.
ice. You gotta use ice.
We have the ice cubes for that.
Has to be cold acid, not warm acid. Gosh.
What?
You ever heard about desert trolls?
Desert trolls?
Hmm.
Yeah.
They are the fun cousin of the normal troll. Alright, are we ready to continue?
Good.
Mm-hmm.
So, here we are in the middle of the night. And everybody's
And we're ready to
seeing
skip
away.
to the morning.
And
No
you
rolls are needed necessary.
wake up the next morning.
I do spell preparation.
Yes, you do spell preparation. The rest of the party will look outside and notice that the fog is almost gone.
Jesus Christ.
As you can
Okay.
see quite far into the distance, you can see these ruins that have been described on the snows. And looking to the southeast, you can see clearly this canyon wall. It is hard to see what's behind it because the ground where you are is going on a lower level than the ground on the other side. So all you can see is the canyon wall.
Oh, it's like this right here, the canyon wall?
Yeah.
Okay, making sure. Okay, that's interesting. Are we on the lower side of the canyon or the upper side of the canyon?
You are on the lower side.
Okay.
Wait, I need to Google what a canyon is.
It's basically like a hole. It's just the Grand Canyon. It's like a big hole in the ground. It's got like from natural deterioration mostly. So basically, like this side, we're on like it's basically like where it's basically like the ground goes downwards from where we are.
Cliff on
Okay,
both
so-
sides, and in the middle there's a valley, very steep cliffs on each side.
Okay, so it's both. So both sides are the same height, but there's a very deep valley.
Or maybe it's not that deep. It's hard to say because you are quite a wide away from it. You cannot see down it.
There's like it's some natural terrains blocking our view. That's the big thing I got.
And from where you are, you cannot see on the other side because the other side is higher.
Okay.
So
So
you
we gotta
can
get
just
higher if
see
you wanna see it.
the wall of the canyon on the south side and then on the north side.
So we
That's
think
just-
it might look like something like this. And where?
You are on
We're
the right
on
side.
we're on like this side.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, Doc, I have a big question.
Mm-hmm.
In the morning, as soon as I have polymer self on the rock,
Mm-hmm.
I try to smack it out. Do I heal 12 HP?
Oh no.
Is it out?
It's morning. It's out anyways, right?
Yeah, depending on what time I casted it, because I wanna scam cast that level 4 slot, so it's the first thing I learned. So I might have to smack it out.
You really want to smack it out?
What is it gonna do? Damage?
Have you ever tried smacking a spell out of the rock?
Yeah,
When?
I've tried multiple times. When Kitty smacked it first. After that, I tried a couple times myself.
What?
And when we went Ben hunting for Luke, Kitty smacked out something. It had something. Kitty smacked it, and the spell left, and then I tried myself.
You sure?
Yep. 100% sure.
Never mind.
Mm. Kitty tried to ESP it once and it was weird.
That's not what I'm talking about at all. When Ruben was scouting out for bandits, he went on horse. I think I casted Invis on the rock or something on the rock, Expeditious Retreat on the rock or something, and I gave it to. No, it was Invis, yeah, and I gave it to Ruben. Say, hold on to the rock if something happens. Ruben tried to hold on it at some point. Nothing happened because I guess he's not a wizard. Then back at the end, the kitty, me and Ruben said something to Kitty like, try touching it. I guess Ruben said. Then Kitty touched it, became invisible. Then he's like, what the fuck? And she smacked it. And then after smacking it, touching it, she didn't become invisible anymore. And I've done that.
Yeah,
Done
okay.
that. Yep. And I have done that multiple times with other spells where if I need to get rid of it, I just smack it out.
Are you sure?
Yep, I'm 100% sure.
I'm quite certain that it always only happened with invisibility.
Only with. Oh, you mean that one time? Or I've only used it with invisibility?
I think you only used it with invisibility.
I can look. I'd have to retrace my steps. I don't know if I've.
If you did it with something else, then something would have happened. So it should have happened, unless I completely missed it.
I think I've done so with Detect Magic and Read Magic. At least. I'm fairly certain that I have. I think I've even done so with Expeditious Retreats. And Enlarge. Enlarge I feel like I've done this a lot of times. I feel like I've done it with Comprehend Languages as well. I feel like I've done it a lot. But maybe I'm just crazy?
I think you're crazy.
Yeah, I don't remember you doing any of this. But again,
I don't remember it at all, but I don't remember if I usually don't pay attention to that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not
like super
trusting
closely
you guys on this.
I'm quite certain
do
that
it, I
you
just assume you
have
don't
not
use
done
it.
this ever. Except for with invisibility.
Okay, well, I don't know. Why would it be different for anything else? I do it.
Alright.
There you go.
Where are we?
I mean, imagine we're in the thing with the same shelter. At least I'm in the shelter, unless maybe I'm like nearby, like either in the shelter or like right outside the shelter.
Are you like throwing it at the wall, or are you smacking it with your hand onto the table?
Reuven's outside.
Oh wait, are you doing this before or after you memorize your spells?
I memorize for 40 minutes, and then I do it.
Oh, I'm probably outside then if it's 40 minutes. Like I'm probably in there for like the first, if it's like the first like 10 minutes, waking up and then getting stuff ready, and then I'll probably like, Reuven's like, oh look, we can see so far, and then I'm outside.
Reuven's actually probably still napping, so.
Oh, if you're doing that, I'm probably like look outside. I'm like, oh shit, we can see so far, and then I'll look at D2 and see if I'm inside or not. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
I've also
I'm not.
done it with Magic
inside.
Missile. I've done it for sure.
Yeah, you've done it with Magic Missile.
Yeah, but
and
I'm
with
also.
Color Spray.
I guess
think.
you probably took more attention to this if you know that something's gonna happen. But I'm pretty certain that I've used it with Read Magic and Detect Magic. I'm pretty certain.
I'm pretty certain you didn't.
Because there's oh wait. Okay, I remember now one thing where I actually didn't do it. Or I thought I did. I thought I did it with Comprehend Languages, but I didn't do it with Comprehend Languages. That was when I actually didn't cast it on the rock and I was able to just cast anyways. So maybe, whatever, it's fine. I mean, I assume that it works like this. I've done it with Invis. I don't see why it wouldn't work like this, so I do it anyways, regardless. Oh, so do I heal 1 HP?
Yeah, you all heal 1 HP if you need 1 HP.
Very
Nice. Basically full health now.
Do you throw the thing at the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what's the next thing you do?
I go grab the rock.
Mm-hmm.
I see if it still has polymorph on it.
Yeah, it does.
I feel like I probably didn't throw it in well enough, and I try to throw it again, explaining the magic.
Mm-hmm. You smack it against the wall again. What's the next thing you do?
It still has polymorph on it, I presume.
Yeah. Does.
Okay. Well, then I just go back to preparing spells.
Okay.
And we'll give you a list.
Reuven, give me a perception check as you're looking around in the morning.
This is probably after Uzma's stuff, because I have to sleep like an extra hour, probably.
Yeah, I think I rolled it. I was like outside looking at
Okay.
stuff.
Whoever's outside in the morning.
I shall roll it.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm up first, I think the first one looking around. Or like the first one is up and looking around. Ooh, that's a nice one.
Nice.
See now, there's no like no weird haze in my vision.
Mm-hmm. You can see like somewhere, like in this area down here. Can you see my ruler?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah,
Okay.
the triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a dust cloud.
Dust cloud in the south.
Mhm.
Okay.
And as you keep, if you look at it for a while, you can see that the dust cloud is slowly moving to the southwest.
Moving towards the southwest. Okay.
Right. And in northeast, you can see whatever is this ruin.
Yeah, I see built like ruins of like stone, like worked stone or something, like some buildings.
Seems to be like something that must have been a tower of sorts, and then you can see like on the ground next to it a few other things, maybe some other buildings, not as tall.
Yeah. I think his excitement gets a little lowered when he realizes it's just a tower, but it's like he thought it was gonna be like a whole city, but all right, but he's still excited.
I mean, hard to say what it exactly is when you get closer, right? But
Yeah, for sure. Just temper it a little bit. Yeah, I think I'll like whenever Reuven wakes up, I'll like like I'll look how far we can see. Like I saw like a dust cloud. And I point him in the direction like down here.
I think you see Reuven's back kind of like shiver as he like says, "Oh shit," and tries to make sure if we're being spotted right now. He seems to kind of freak out.
But it was like I like point out it was like about like 20 miles south of us. Oh, you mean that they can see us now? I'm like, oh, I see.
Yes.
Well, I think hopefully somewhere can hurry up, and then we're gonna be leaving.
I don't know if we want to be leaving. We can wait for Uzmar, but
didn't you say so yourself that those bugs don't work on site, so it wouldn't really matter?
This is true.
Also, I guess there might be other things out here, but if they grew up out here, I imagine they don't really use sight if they live out here. At least not long distance. Even if they can see, they probably don't see too far.
I guess your words do make sense, Oliver. Okay.
It could. It wouldn't hurt to be cautious, but I don't know. I mean, if I'm looking at the distance, I feel like we could make it to the tower today if we wanted to. And then if we're it depends on how dangerous that area is, at least, I guess. But if it's not too dangerous, we'll be fine. We won't be seen out there.
It's true. We can wait for Uzmar to wake up or to finish with his things and ask if he has opinion.
Did you know what it was? I heard him like throwing like a rock against the wall or something.
Don't know. I think I was sleeping. It's wizard things.
I know. Very weird.
Yes. And I think we wait for Uzma to come up.
Yeah.
As I walk out, actually, does the hut disappear around me as I'm preparing?
I think probably, yeah.
Okay.
Last
Well,
what? How long does it last? It lasts 1d4 plus 1 hour plus 1 hour per level. So it
It
might or
lasts
might not.
10
actually.
hours, so 9 hours. So I think it disappears around
No,
you.
9 hours minimum. Or did you roll it?
You did roll.
9
It's
to
minimum.
Okay.
12.
Okay. Yep. Then I do the rest of the preparations. Now the question is, do I notice this mid my preparations?
I assume so, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Like your house disappears around you. You look up. You curiously look in this direction, I assume.
No, I don't curiously look in this direction. I'm specifically, I just kind of look around to make sure that Reuven and Oliver are kind of like ready to like alert me if something comes. But I'm not like because I don't know this is here. I'm not looking for this. I just kind of look around.
Give me a willpower check. Okay.
Wait, what?
What?
Why is that a willpower check?
You are a curious transmuter.
Whoa,
You
let's
are
relax here.
Curious by nature as a wizard. So
Yeah, but I'm
you are really focused. You have your stuff together. That's the willpower check. You are really focused.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Alright, you can finish your spell prep. It becomes 11 a.m. as you finished. And then you look up and you see in the distance the ruins.
Okay.
Usma, are you done?
Yep.
You should be able to get there today. It doesn't look too far.
I agree.
Alright.
If we are not scared of their seeing us, we can even take advantage of this time and move as much as we can to look as far as we can. Or we can just go into this ruins as quick as you want. But this might be our advantage.
I'm prepared
I
to
think-
conquer both of you horses once more.
Well, I mean, I think if we're planning on going there, we should probably, if there's something dangerous there we need to leave, we should probably have enough daylight to get out of there.
I agree.
It's true.
Well, I'll get.
And if it's safe, we have time to explore the ruins.
Okay.
Not really much of a downside for going first.
It's true. We can always. We are already getting quite good.
First troll who wakes gets the orcs, they say.
Never heard of that one.
It must be a Eastern Kingdom thing.
Must be.
Alright. So you make your way towards the ruins.
Phantom steeded up.
Alright. So this
Take
takes
a
you
hold.
Up.
We go in
a few hours to get there if you want to go straight up.
I think while traveling, Reuven puts extra effort into like having us like not be out in the open though. So as much as we can duck and dive between dunes and such.
Do you keep a lookout for these weird creatures you saw the night before?
I think so, yes. He also tells about it to the others as well.
What?
Privately.
What?
I need to see this.
They sound like weird horses.
Weird horse creatures.
Most curious.
As you travel towards the east, Usma, you can pretty easily spot them in a distance.
I can. I'm a legend.
Yeah. Weird quadrupeds bobbing from left to right. Long necks. Bumps on their back. They're right now heading back towards the east.
The legendary Arabic mount.
Maybe. You've never seen them before. Oliver, give me a perception check to see if you can spot them as well.
Perception. Oh, nah.
Nah, you are unlucky.
Yeah.
Reuven's trying to hide you, so you stay kind of hidden and never manage to be on top of a hill as they are as well. Right. And you head towards the east. As you get quite close after 3 hours of travel, you can see that there is not only this one tower building, you can see also a bunch of broken down houses, maybe stables, hard to say.
They made out of wood or stone.
They are made of stone.
Oh, okay.
The roofs are collapsed. You can see this from a distance. I'm just describing what you see as you get closer. And then on the more or less towards the edge of the cliff, there's this bottom like 4 or 5 floors of a tower. Then the top of the tower is collapsed as well.
Okay. 4 to 5 floors.
That's what you guess from the size of it.
Yeah. Gotcha. Rest. Okay. It's basically a bunch of ruins. Okay.
I want to stop at least like before we get to Reuven doesn't want to leave like big cover to ride right into town. I think he wants to stay. I think even this distance is pretty good already, a couple of miles, so we won't be too easily spotted if there's a whole bunch of Ant-Men in there, hopefully.
Looking at it from a distance, you see nothing. There seems to be just ruins. Nothing living there. You don't see any movement from the distance. You don't see any signs of life from the distance. Actually, looking at it, your ranger senses kind of tingle you a bit. That the land looks almost more dead than the land around. Like the area of the ruins looks more dead than the land that you just traveled across. Which is almost impossible for a deserty land like this, but you see like the remnants of a few bushes or something that you come across in the desert as well from time to time. But they are completely dried out. They seem to be dead.
Reuven looks very worried at this and with a big frown will like kind of stop the party at a healthy distance from it and relays and says, this is a area of death. I don't know what this is. Is either many a something of magic, or maybe just a very dangerous area, or maybe once was very dangerous. I do not know if it is now not dangerous, but it was certainly, definitely at one point of time, very dangerous. Seems like all life is gone. We should be very, very careful.
Yes, I agree. We should tread carefully.
I mean, to the rest of you, it looks like the rest of the land around.
I guess we better see if we can figure out what caused it.
Do you have your god magics, Oliver, to see if there's anything about this with your magic?
Okay. Sure, I'll try concentrating. Yeah, he'll concentrate to see if he can, like, do you like point? Can you point me in a direction of where you see it or sense it?
The entire area.
You
No,
wait
like,
far away.
I like walk forward a little bit, like, to get closer. Then I'll concentrate and see if I can detect evil intent.
You're like
It's only 60 feet, but I'm like, I think
a mile or two away from the edge of the settlement. Or
He's
whatever it
he'll
was.
try. Like,
Yeah,
see if
you
he
try.
senses
You
anything right now.
see nothing.
Yeah, like, I don't. If it is there, I don't sense anything this far out. We'll have to get closer to see.
Okay.
Probably within the city limits.
We should be very careful. As Ruben, I think he exchanges some arrows from your bags, Oliver. Probably takes out all silver arrows at this, and he's very worried.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think it changes your thing.
Wait.
Much.
Okay.
Yeah, you can later check how much it changed, but it's probably less than like a pound.
Yeah, but I'm like, I'll check it if I need to look for weight. As long as you're keeping updated on the sheet.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, okay, I'll check
calculating
it.
it now.
Yeah, I'll check it if the weight matters. I think we start trotting towards it.
Okay.
Or at least me and Riven do, and then Usmar, Cause above. Or, yeah, Usmar.
Alright. Usma circling above you. You get closer to this ruins.
We walk into an anti-magic shell, and he unpolymorphs and falls 100 feet to his death.
No, he doesn't. As you get closer, you come across the walls of the first buildings. They seem to be well built. And they must have been well built some
Ruben,
time.
I would stop here to have Oliver check again, not get close to the actual, or go past the.
Yeah, I'll look at the building and be like the wall and be like, "Oh, these things must be amazingly built, or must have been."
Yes.
Lasted this long without maintenance.
Is it true?
Yeah, but I'll try again. Give me a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try again. On Ruben's behest, or at Ruben's behest.
Nothing, no evil intents in front of you. As you turn around, nothing.
Yeah, I'll shake my head no to Ruben, like, nothing.
Ruben still looks very worried at this.
Not even anything lingering or anything, just nothing. If there was something here, at least so far, it must have been long ago.
The walls seem to have been withered away by time. Maybe this ever-present sand air thingy has withered them down. Everything that you assume would be wooden or metal has been rusted or rotten away. The roofs are gone mostly. Doors are gone. Windows are gone.
Keep your mount ready, Oliver. If we are surrounded, we must make sure we dash out before we are attacked. Or at
If there's
least
anything
try to.
here, if there's anything here, they're not at least evil, at least that I'm aware of. If they have an evil intent. But I'll have to see. We'll have to go a bit more.
Like a few hundred feet away from you, maybe the remnants of a road lead up a hill up to this tower. Next to the tower, you can see attached to the tower, there's another building as well, a larger building. you think that there's a, like, looking at the walls, that you can still see there must be road leading to your right as well, somewhere. Like, this must have been a decently sized village or something. It's the same size as most of the villages you know from your kingdom.
Shall we look at the small buildings first before going into big one?
I think we have the time. I think we can, look through them a bit, see if there's anything even remaining.
Osmar still circling around, or do you land and look with them? Either or, yes. Alright, so I will decide what you do. Okay, you land as well. Do you stay as a group, or do you each go somewhere on your own?
Actually, we start off as a group, and then if we there for a while and literally nothing shows up, I imagine we probably split up. That's my guess.
Ruben's pretty spooked. He definitely wants to at least stay with one person.
Okay.
You can definitely tell he's a bit spooked at this.
Okay. If we're at least Oliver will be he wants to stick together for an hour, and if we're searching and nothing happens for an hour, nothing shows up or nothing violent happens, then he'll split off and go to his search by himself a little bit.
Yeah. You are here in this dead village, of some sorts. Let's get some more spooky music going. And as you go from building to building, you get this impression that there's nothing left here. You enter the first building, there's nothing inside. The second building, you see maybe there was a table here at some point. Now there's a bunch of rotting wood on the ground. All these buildings, they seem to have been well constructed, but other than that, you can't even really put your hands on what they were before. Which direction do you head? Do you head towards the tower, or do you head east or west?
Oliver will probably head trend towards the tower. You search and stuff. Well, not in a systematic way because he doesn't really know how to do it too well, but
heading deeper into the village, you come across something that may have been a temple of some sorts. You see this familiar structure with this octagonal shape, and this you think that they are maybe at some point there were these markings on the ground, or maybe it's just a completely different building and you're just imagining things because you want to see patterns where there are none. It's collapsed. You get through a few more houses. So maybe people lived here a long time ago. You can see the remnants of a few chests and a few wardrobes. Maybe the remnants of a bed. Everything is broken down. Nothing is livable. You get slowly but surely you get closer to the road leading up to the tower on top. Do you approach or do you continue looking around the town?
Probably keep looking. We'll probably go into the tower together in case there's anything there. That's the only thing. There's nothing around. That's the only thing you think of. There's maybe something in the tower. Yeah, he'll probably like like after he gets to the tower, like search his way up to the tavern, he'll probably like yell out. Not gonna yell out, but just try to find them again.
Are you not together anymore?
Oh no, because I imagine at least I assumed like if we didn't find anything within an hour, like I would have went out and done stuff like searching around a little bit. This is within that hour, like we were searching together. Then I would suggest that we go to the tower.
Yeah, it seems like Ruben was quite worried and just wanted to do a not too thorough, but like have a unsystematic check through the like perimeter of the houses.
Yeah, I don't think we found anything really.
Ruven, give me a perception check.
Natural 1, 12.
Yeah. You don't really see anything that sticks out to you. Like maybe this is a dwarven city. Like the buildings don't really make sense to you. They seem very foreign. You don't really get any idea what exactly the things around you are supposed to be. So, all of you together approach the tower.
I believe so.
Think so, yes. Maybe do we want to go, there was like a building next to the tower that seemed prominent?
It's also on top of the hill, more or less. The reason why you were able to see the tower from so far away is because it was way higher than the rest of the town. Like the tower is 100 feet or so above the town on this hill towards the edge of the land, towards the cliff. So you head up.
Yes. I think Ruben, seeing Oliver be quite antsy, will accept. But still being careful. Maybe doing a circle around the hill or whatever to make sure no one's running at us or something.
All right. You head up. You can go into the tower or you can go into the building next to the tower. Nothing tries to eat you alive. Nothing jumps out at you. Nothing changes as you head up.
Oliver, building or tower?
We can go to the building first. It's connected to the tower, so it's close by.
All right.
Before we go inside, do you still have more of those magics?
Well, I can do that as often as you need me to.
Oh. That is much better than other wizards. Or, I guess, clerics.
Yeah, I'll probably open the door to the building and sort of concentrate.
There's no door. But the one thing that sticks out about this building is that it is attached to the tower, and it has a stone roof which is not collapsed.
Stone roof is not collapsed. Okay.
It's like almost looks like it's a fortified building. Maybe not. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Some people think they are better than others, right? You can see the light is shining into the doorway. You can see a stone floor inside. And you enter? Question?
Yeah, I think I check first, so I detect evil intent, so I concentrate, and then after that,
No,
I go
nothing.
back.
No evil intents anywhere.
Yeah, I'm going in, Ruben. Nothing. I don't see nothing.
It's dark inside. You have a light source.
I will light up a what's it called? I have a oil lantern. I'll put some oil in it and light it up.
Do you have a hooded lantern or a bullseye
hooded.
lantern? Hooded.
Hooded.
Alright. So light shines all around you as you enter the building. And as you enter, you can see, looking to your right, at the end of the room, sitting on the ground, a human figure.
They alive or?
Sitting on the ground.
Oh no, I guess is it bones or is it like a person?
Person in armored up, plate chest, chain limbs. The head is down, so you can't see the face.
Like a oh my god! I'll sort of like set the hooded lantern on the ground, and like walk towards him. Like, are you okay?
The human does not react.
Usmar, come in here and see if you can do your healing. See if they're see how they are. They're alive.
What are you saying? And Ruben steps inside.
I look at the guy.
You look at the person. You get closer. It's not a guy. It's a woman. And as you get closer, clearly, the woman is dead.
No, do I see the injury?
How close do you get?
I'd probably get up right up to him.
I thought we were right up to him.
I thought you were
How
a few
big is
feet
this
away.
room? Can you first say?
The room is like seems to be like an office of some sorts. It's like 20 feet deep to the next wall and like 40 feet wide.
Wait, she seems dead.
Mm-hmm.
How far away am I when so I'm able to tell that?
You get like about 10 feet away when you notice that this person is clearly not sleeping and clearly not moving, so probably dead.
And she was like sitting down.
Yeah, sitting on the ground. The head is tilted down.
Can I go pull her from like the armpits and pull her back?
She's leaning against the wall. She's sitting with her back against the wall. Like.
Oh, she's sitting with her back against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then I get up close. Why not?
Mm-hmm. Give me a charisma check.
The chick we already saw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at the person sitting in front, this is what's her name?
Oh, I have her name written down.
I don't have her name.
Kira.
Yeah, the leader of their group.
Mm-hmm.
I turn to my party and say, hold on, can you hold this position for a minute?
Are you sure you want to go close to her? To the body?
At this point, I'm already at her, right?
Oh, okay.
You're touching her already.
Yeah.
She did not try to eat you as you touch her.
I kind of turn her around. Can I say like how old how old the body is? Or estimate the time of death?
Give me your healing check, something.
Was the -2?
It's hard to say. Maybe also, the air here is like really weird, so.
Okay. It's fine, because I was prepared for this moment. As if I was a real life diviner. I cast Past Life. And view the last minute of her existence.
You can. You're sitting down on the ground, looking at the door. You have a small book that you put into your backpack. You look back up towards the door frame, slide outside. Do you feel what the person is feeling?
I don't know. Wait, I have a book in my hands. Sorry, can you repeat that?
You had a
I
small
thought you were
book in
talking
your
about
hand,
Osmar
and
still.
no. You see through Kira's eyes.
Yeah.
Like your vision is already blurry. You're looking at the door, then you look towards your hands. You have the small book in your hand, and you put it into your backpack really slowly. Take a deep breath. Look back at the doorway, and vision gets more and more blurry as you slowly lose consciousness.
You look for the backpack.
You reappear in Usma and do what?
I look for the backpack.
Yeah, next to her on the ground is her backpack. Yeah.
And I pull out the book from the backpack.
Yeah.
And I read, or I skim through, like, look how many pages there are.
She seems to have like just quickly flicking through the book. She seems like she has been taking notes about her adventures in the wasteland. And
I look at the last page.
the last page is I'm out of resources. I'm going to die soon. I hope the creature doesn't come and take me as well. I've lost my friends. I wish I would have never I wish I would have never taken this job.
I look her. I presume I don't see any stab wounds. Like she died of hunger or natural causes.
Yeah, she has like some scratches on her as well, but it doesn't seem like she bled to death or anything. No. She clearly was wounded before she died, but she did not die from the wounds.
I looked through the backpack. Is there like any ration stuff that she purposely, like, did she try to starve herself, or did she just starve when she starved?
You find empty water skins and dry rations.
How many dry rations?
Um, 8.
Nice.
So we see Uzma looting this dead body's backpack.
You looking out the door, I assume. Aaron,
Yes, that is true. Ignore me.
Yeah.
No. Yep, I get up, standing. I turn, say, I guess we're the only party left with this adventuring mission.
What happened?
Something killed the rest of her party, and she killed herself.
Killed herself?
Seems like it.
Because she was so pained by the death of her comrades?
I shrug. I presume so.
do you read anything more, or do you just read the last page?
I'll read the second and last page. As Ruben asks.
As you like go backwards through the journal, you get this impression that they like on like the third last page it reads, we came here looking for what these ruins are, and in the night we were attacked by, I don't know what it was. We thought maybe it was another group, but we were able to fend them off. But what's his name? We lost Terrence, and then the second last page is Terrence came back in the night, but he was changed, and I had to kill him again. But now I'm the only one surviving. I think I can defend in this building. They can only come from one direction. But I will surely die here. I cannot read anything. The language I do not speak. This is just a waste. And then the last pages, I'm going to die soon.
No, I relay that information.
Ruben's face is gray, but at the same time you can see the nod of like, I knew something was up. I told you. I told you.
Probably don't want to be spending a night here. Good. Chuckle.
You not just say that they were being attacked during night,
Exactly.
but also she didn't leave, which means they probably stopped her from leaving. This face now goes back to the only doorway, TM? There's only one doorway?
Yeah. There's another doorway leading to a second chamber.
Okay. He backs in a direction where he can have both of them in his vision. If that's possible.
Yeah, sure.
And still keeps watch. What do we do? Usmar, Oliver?
I shrug. Forward, I guess.
Do like a quick prayer for the lady I never met. Like I agree. If we need to go forward, otherwise her death will be for naught.
Where is forward? Into the tower?
I think so.
Let's check out the last room in here. Then yes.
Okay.
So you head into the second room.
Yes, I'll open it.
There's no door. You can just
Oh,
enter.
I was walking then. Never mind.
You enter the room, and in this room you can see a large table. On this large table there lies a tome. Looks really old, really fragile.
Okay. Is that it?
There's a chest next to the table. It's closed.
Okay. I'll hold my hand out to stop them. Like it's another can move, and I'll detect for evil intent because this feels like a weird place. After the knowledge got out from the story, or from the old adventuring party.
No evil intent, no.
Before
Okay.
you go forward, or as you're like saying, Ruben like kind of offhand says, we should put some sort of trap or thinking of other behind us, if to make sure we are notified if we are surrounded. And we'll like ask for some rope, and if we still have, we no longer have any of the bells in the bag, right?
No.
Okay, so we'll just ask for some rope to like see if we can rope up some things in the the opening behind us.
I'll give you 50 feet of hemp rope.
Oh,
I'll hand it to you.
I'll pull out a 10-foot pole and poke the chest.
The chest bites your poke. No, it doesn't. The chest does not move.
You don't
Poke
have any.
Sorry?
There you go. You don't have any of your things to detect magic, do you? See if you see the magical stuff.
Sadly, I don't. I poke the tome.
Yeah, I'll go like as you. Yeah, I'll let him poke it first.
You carefully poked it home, and you accidentally knock a piece of parchment. Like you rip out a piece of paper.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's
So,
a really old book.
sorry, let me just get an image of this. Freehand. So if there's like a book like this, the parchment pieces actually come out of the book.
Oh, no, the book is open.
Oh, the book is open.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's open like this, I would try to poke this area. I do have a book binding proficiency, so I know where to poke.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. The book also does not flow in your face and bite you.
Okay.
It's a nice book. It behaves.
You want to look at the book, Usmar? I'll go open the chest.
Hold on. Well, I mean, if you want to try, you can try.
I'll like bring the lantern inside, put it on the table, go and open the chest.
Mm-hmm. In the chest there's a few baggies. Seem to be coin pouches.
Look what's in them.
Yeah, I'll like hand them to Usmar, so I'm like grabbing them out.
What?
Are you not in the room? I'll just put them on the table and grab them
I
out.
just thought we could just open the bags there in the chest. Just
Yeah, I'm just like
peek
seeing
in.
it, like yeah, probably like grabbing one, open it, see it's coins, put it on the table, and then from there to see if they're all coins.
They're all coins. All
Okay.
copper. Few silver coins.
lame.
Ratio 1 to 10.
I think this might have been like the city's taxes.
I look at the book. Is the text legible for me?
You can see the text, but it's written in a language you do not speak.
Okay.
I'll like I don't. Do we want to take the coins with us? It might just weigh us down.
Yeah, I don't think we should be carrying the coins.
I'll put them back in the chest and shut it.
And the book looks very, very old.
Very, very old, yeah. Give me a bookbinding check.
Well, I think bookbinding is int +3, so mine is 1d20 plus 21, so...
Well, 1.
37.
Looking at this book, you are quite certain that you cannot move it without breaking some part of it.
Yeah.
If you want to read it, you can probably pull it off very carefully, very slowly. But you have to stay here to read it.
What if I cast knock to close the book? Would that work?
That will probably rupture the thing.
Okay.
Oh, you can read it later, Smart. I think we should go back to Reuben and say we're going to the tower.
I turn to look at Ruben.
He's like setting up some contraption, probably.
Yeah, I'm trying to tie up or at least somewhat like block the entrance with rope.
Mm-hmm.
I'm understanding this correctly. There's like a circular tower, and then there's like round steps that go like here, where you go to like the next floor.
We've not been inside the tower yet. Don't think we know.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
If you're outside.
No,
of the
there's like
tower.
there's like a building on the side of it. So there was like it's like that, and then I assume there's like a square building. That was a terrible shrine, but yeah, there's like a building there's like a thing to the side of it that's connected to it.
No. Okay, never mind.
Not been inside of it directly yet.
There's no entrance from the building to the tower either.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, we're going. Yeah, we have to leave this building and go into the tower, which is a separate building.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this was just like a 2-story building?
It's
a
a
one-story
one-story
building.
building.
Hey, sorry, what?
One story, 2-room building.
Oh.
I misunderstood.
Oh
So
wow.
I think Reuven starts dismantling the rope as you step out. Yes, this was useless. Okay. Brings it back to a coil.
I think it's time to see what's all about. What this place is all about.
These night creatures either live somewhere secretly within this village or inside that tower, I guess. And
We'll have
if
to,
they
I guess we're
didn't,
gonna find out.
if they didn't attack us while we were searching the town, then they might be in tower.
Also, I want to make sure that we can sleep outside of the thing, so I don't want it to be like, oh, all of a sudden it's midnight.
Yeah,
Once
it's getting towards noon now.
Okay.
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
No, but once it starts getting late, I want to head out.
Yeah, I'll take the lantern and with us so I can, have some light. Me and Usmar can have some light as we walk into the tower.
Are you two going up front?
I'll go up front probably because I have the lantern.
Generally, Ruben wants to be up front so the light doesn't fuck with his thing, right? Or is that only for?
The problem is that's gonna be really hard. It's a 30-foot range and we can't stay next to Ruben.
I don't think it light affects me like that. Right?
Yeah, because I imagine the building's not like has larger than like 30 feet like long. So
The magical light affects you like this. Like, magical light is too bright as that your infravision could see behind the magical light.
Right, but this isn't just fire.
No,
Yeah,
with
just
the lantern,
light,
it's
light.
fine.
yeah, so it'll be fine. I'll go in first.
I'll be behind you then, unless Uzma.
No, it's fine. Whatever you want.
I'll kind of like a raised eyebrow to see if Uzma like does anything, but I will have Kitty be like beside you.
Mhm.
Beside Uzma, yeah.
I color spray Kitty.
Oh.
Just kidding. I
Cut
don't
her
have
play
it
and stab
prepared.
it. Cut her colors play and stab Kitty.
Alright. You enter into the tower. There's a few steps up, and then there's this entrance. The entrance is rather small. It's like a just
Perfect
normal
for
door
Ruben.
frame. Yeah.
Maybe it's an elven building.
No, it's not that small. You can get in easily, but it's not like not a gate or anything like this. Just a normal door frame. You enter and you can see like on the left side of the building a staircase heading up. On the right side of the building a staircase leading down.
Maybe we should go up first. I think it'd be easier to get out if we find something.
Okay. Is there anything in this room besides the staircases?
Oh, yeah, I guess it's a good idea. Yeah, we're up to ask that.
Some rubble, some rocks have fallen to the ground here.
Okay.
Give me a
I'll
tracking check, Ruven.
Gotcha. Failure. That's a natural 2. I'll die. Unless, of course, there's many positives.
I have to
I
check.
think like Ruben's like trying to track, and I just like looking at like the thing, and I just like walk in front and just like disturb everything.
Does it feel like there should be more in this room?
All buildings feel like there should be more, but this, whatever it was, must have been uninhabited for quite a long time, so. Yeah, Ruven, you don't spot any tracks.
So do we want to try downstairs or upstairs first?
I'd say upstairs.
Okay.
But Ruben will again ask for maybe lighter rope this time, and will like attempt to at least put some sort of.
Are you
thingy-
sure you wanna on this?
No, just like the stairway that's going down. But at least like put a pot on the upper staircase or something, or like put some coins, or put something that would make a sound at the bottom here. We
I'm
have.
not against it.
How long did it take us to investigate the other building?
You only took like 15 minutes.
We have got
and
like
from
5-6 hours,
From the outside, how tall does this tower look?
like 5 stories.
5 stories before
The
it's broken.
remaining is 5 stories. It was probably much bigger, but that's all that's left.
Oh, I had how much HP do I have now? $17.
And Reuven asks for one of the bags of caltrops on Oliver, and we'll
Already
place him on like the final 2 steps of the thing.
You have a lot more for that. It's 5 by 5 feet of caltrops.
So he'll spread it at the top of the staircase.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you have 5 by 5 feet of caltrops. A lot of caltrops.
And
At the
with 4
top
bags
of the
it.
staircase?
Of the stairs that start going down, the top of that staircase.
Oh,
And we're-
no, Ruben.
And
I
we're
mean,
planning on going up right now?
And we want to go
Yeah.
up.
Okay.
Yeah, Ruben. What I mean is we have 4 bags. Each of them are filled
Yes.
with. Have enough for, okay, let's make a tree now. Yeah.
Yeah, and he takes 1
Okay.
bag.
I notify the party. Let's try to keep at least some haste to this process. I'll cast Detect Invis, which will last for 35 minutes.
Yeah, I'll have
So- Shouldn't be surprised by invisible creatures.
a lantern in right hand, spear in the other as I'm walking up.
All right.
Yep, I cast
Detect
Invis.
And I got a
You
big
cast
backpack
Detect
on.
Invis. Osma, give me a completely random d20.
Scry check.
All right. You head up to the next floor. On the next floor, you see like a wardrobe, a table. Seems to be like a living area. Must have been a living area of some sort.
The wardrobe out of wood or stone.
It's wood. It looks like really old wood, but
Yeah.
since like it's protected against the weather on this floor at least,
Yeah.
seems to have sustained.
If we do nothing interesting, we should move up.
Yeah, I think we, per Uzma's instructions, we
Yeah, go fast. Go decently fast, but nothing interesting. Yeah, okay.
glance.
Reuven,
Hey you.
Kitty is really silent and staying really close to you
Okay.
as you head to the next floor. And getting up to the next floor, you see a bunch of more rubble lying around. You can see like there's not really any interesting things on the second floor either. And getting to the next floor, you see that you can see up to the sky, as there seems to be no more. Either the ceilings upwards have collapsed, or there have never been ceilings.
And nothing on this floor either.
No.
Right, let's try
Rubble.
to make our way downstairs.
Everyone, please be careful. I think wherever we're going right now, I think these creatures or our enemy is there. So be prepared to fight.
I pull out
I
my
agree.
scrolls to the top of my satchel so that they're ready to be pulled out in case they need to be.
All right. Who's going first downstairs?
I'll go first.
Before that, Reuven will like brush these thingies that he put there to like one side and notifies everyone that they're only on the right side. So if we start running up, we know that they're on the right side, but someone else might not be.
So when they're running up, we want to be on the right side because they're on our right as we're going down.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, as you're heading back down, give me who's heading first
Ooh,
down
okay.
from the
All
second
right.
floor. Third
Oh, I
floor.
guess I'll be doing it because I said I was heading first.
Mhm.
Sorry, Ruben.
I think that makes sense. I think we're just switching the thingy.
Give me a
Okay.
perception check as you head down.
We're not rolling too well on these checks.
All right.
Oh well, I don't see anything.
You go back to the ground floor, and you move the things to the side. And continue downstairs.
Yeah, I'll be heading first.
I'm still stone skinned, by the way. I could move first if you want.
Nah, it's fine.
So I guess the party order is Oliver, Reuven, Kitty, Uzma.
All right.
Correct?
Oliver, Reuven, and Kitty. Kitty's like really close to you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Reuven like occasionally like pats Kitty and like tries to calm her.
As you continue down, Oliver, roll me a d10.
D10. Will do. Right in the middle 5.
You head down, you cross the floor. Like upstairs, there wasn't even a railing with the stairs upwards, right? They were just on the side of the tower. Maybe there was a wood railing before it's rotten away. Downstairs, the staircase is solid. Like you have a wall on the left side and the wall on the right side. So you cannot see anything that's in the middle of the tower as you head down. And as you exit on the even floor again, you have a doorway to your left.
Oh, it's like immediately to my left? Is it like a hallway or is it a room?
You go down the staircase on the edge, on the side of the tower, right? And then as you see that the ground becomes even again, like the stairs are done, there's like this 5 by 5 feet thing, and then to the left there's a door frame.
Okay, so it's like a very small room and there's a door.
It's just the end of the staircase.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay, so it'll be like.
And
all
the
way
staircase
from
ends in a wall, and to the left there's the entrance to a room.
I see. I got you. Yeah, so like I'll walk into the room and then wait for
And
everyone to
as
get
you
down
turn to the room, you hear this sound, and you look into the faces of 3 creatures.
Okay.
It's time to roll initiative.
here. Okay.
My pocket
can
is
you-
done.
As we're on initiative, can you describe the, if you have time, the dimensions of these stairs and the rooms or hallway?
The stairs are. Oops. It's a
Oh,
big
do
one.
me and Reuven also roll d10s?
No, you are behind, so you can't really be surprised.
Really?
Imagine if you see me getting attacked, you're not surprised.
Well, by that argument, you shouldn't be surprised either when you get attacked, right?
Well,
Because the surprise is like if we're anticipating it, not if we're aware that it's happening now.
no, not again. Did I ruin it?
You're
Sorry, what?
I saw something then pop up and then disappear. I don't know what. I was not
Oh,
looking at that. I was
okay,
looking at
no.
my other. I was looking at something else.
The side range wasn't that much bigger.
Okay, I didn't see
Okay.
it. It was something. I don't know what it was. I just thought it was something. It was a figure that I didn't really comprehend.
How do I fix that? By doing this. And alright. Alright, so
I'm probably not using my shield right now because I have a lantern. Probably, I don't think you need a lantern and a shield at the same time. That seems kind of bad. Like, hard to do.
You are in this staircase. The staircase is like 6 feet wide. It's going downstairs. Reuven, you can see Oliver in front of you turned into this room, readying his spear as he shouts something. What does he shout?
Yeah, I'm like, so there's like ghouls or something. Yeah, I don't know, like ghouls and zombies or whatever.
You have seen zombies before. They do not look like zombies.
There's something down here. Be prepared.
How much room is there in the staircase?
Close to no room.
So he's like squeezed and stuck. So we couldn't. So Reuven can't shoot range because he'd be shooting
Reuven
melee.
can't shoot because he would have to shoot over Oliver's back. You can't see shit. This is really unfortunate here.
Okay.
So I can or can't shoot.
You would have to shoot over Oliver's back, and Oliver's standing in front of you, blocking the way. So,
Okay.
not really.
So
Yeah,
we
I
don't
just-
even need to roll initiative.
Maybe you should roll initiative in case shit happens.
I just shout out to disengage and so that we can fight and run back out of the stairs.
These creatures, they seem humanoid in shape, Oliver. They have like this glowing eyes, red glowing eyes. They clearly are undead. You can see with just looking at them. Something about them just feels really off. They have like these, in the light of the lantern, you see that their hands are almost claw-like, but they seem unfortunately intelligent. Let's put it like this.
Oh, okay. Like they're not just doing shit randomly. It feels like. I gotcha.
They look at you as you look at them, and they clearly react to you being there and not just something alive being there.
I see. Okay.
Let me just quickly move this. Kitty goes first, as we give them.
What did
hit points.
Uzma shout?
No, disengage so that we can all have better angles of attack.
Okay. I think Kitty climbs on Reuven. Stays on Reuven.
As you do what?
I think if anything comes... Actually, she can't. She's climbing on. She's just holding on to Reuven right now to see where Reuven moves. That's it.
Do you do nothing, Osma?
I run back up the stairs and clear some extra distance so the others have room to run through, and I prepare a quarterstaff attack.
All right. You run back up to the entrance.
Yep.
Okay, so you're on the ground floor, looking at the
Yep.
staircase.
Yep.
Reuven, you go at the same time as one of these creatures goes.
I think I follow Uzma's orders, unfortunately. And follow... stepping on the right side to not engage with the thingies, with the trap. And get set for a bow attack. Ready a bow attack.
Oliver, the creature walks up to you, swipes with its claws in your direction. You can feel like a almost chilling effect as it almost hits you, but it misses. And it's your turn.
All right. I rolled into attack, so I think I have to attack.
You can disengage if you want to.
All right. I'll disengage back up the stairs then.
All right.
Like I'm like
Yeah. You disengage. The creature follows you as you disengage.
Okay, it's probably like it's a disengage. It's not like range, so probably like we're like he's like following me, but he doesn't get attacked. And like moving up the stairs, like so we can get so other people can get sight of him.
The staircase is like 30 feet long, so you have 40 feet of disengage. You can get up to the
Yeah, I'll get up to like where like I'm like either like on the top ledge or like the one like the either at the very top of the stairs or like a what's it called like one stair before, so he's like lower on the ground, so he can like I can like stab down at him and people can shoot down at him.
Reuven, give me a perception check. All of you give me perception checks.
Natural one.
Even me.
I called out the caltrops at least.
Yeah. Reuven, you made it up the stairs. You knew where the caltrops are. You made it up the stairs, no problem. You're ready to shoot as the creature comes up, and you're so focused on being ready to shoot that you miss what's going on. But Usma and Oliver, you both notice that the creature is just stepping on the caltrops and ignoring them.
Okay. Does it look like it's taking damage or does not care? Not bothered at all.
Seems to be not bothered at all.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll just like keep retreating back up, like doing the fight and withdrawal as this thing's chasing after me.
Yep.
As I try to get high ground.
Osma, you can get your attack off.
We should have high ground.
How much? Yeah, can I? Because the stairs are coming up, and I assume they're still like in the stairs.
You
can
have
I attack
high
them
ground.
like? Sorry.
You have high ground. Go.
Yeah, but my next question is, can I like attack them and move back without provoking an attack of opportunity because of the stairs?
You have to be close to attack them, and they are close enough to lash at your feet if you smack them.
But the stairs. I think I do it anyway. I smack them and then run away.
Yeah, if you try to smack the creature, you miss.
+1.
Yeah, 8's to the miss.
Yeah, I back off.
As you back off,
Reuven's arrow.
Creature lashes out as you. You lose 1 charge of your stone skin. The other 2 creatures follow the one from the ground. They are stuck behind her. So.
Does Reuven I get a shot?
And Reuven gets a shot at the end of the round because he moved.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. Sorry, I thought I prepared. My bad.
He cannot prepare the attack. Reuven, fire away. You can only hit the creature that's in front.
Okay, is he within feet?
Oh, yeah.
All right. This is a silver arrow. So,
All right.
does it do anything?
Shoot it. Give me damage. We will find out.
6 points of silver damage.
6 points of silver damage. The creature yelps as the silver arrow hits it. And we roll initiative again.
Yeah. Oh, average.
I assumed it was a crit DM. I rolled crit damage. Yeah.
If they have higher than 29 AC, I'd be very shocked. I'd be very scared.
Osmar would know this. Is slow a mind affecting spell?
No.
No, I think so too. But is this even a slow? I think it's better just magic missile. That's magic.
You go first, Isma.
I blast. I lost all my magic missiles on this guy. 14.
14. Good shot. As the creature tumbles backwards down the stairs. That's the
Body
two
full of
things
caltrops, then.
behind it. The one behind it gets like the corpse of the corpse in its arms and like has to push it away as it kind of falls on top of him. As it slowly like throws the corpse away and closes with Oliver and will lash out against you with a 8.
Haha, no.
No. Once
Bad
again,
word
as the
is my
creature almost whisks at you, you can feel like this, almost as if you're as you almost feel as your heat gets drained away from you,
Gosh.
as the one behind it tries to squeeze next to it, but it has to move the corpse as well, and will barely not make it to hit you, Reuven.
Just keep on shooting arrows. I get in a 5-foot movement to get in a good position.
Mm-hmm.
The crit.
That's a crit now.
13 silver damage.
The second one, the one that's behind, is easier for you to hit. If that makes a difference to you.
Is there a difference between being like Oliver getting shot by me? I would rather attack the one Oliver is attacking, but if that's like if that would like increase the chances of me hitting Oliver, I wouldn't. So I think in the heat of the moment I would attack the back one.
Yeah, I would think so too.
Yeah, playing it safe. I don't want to shoot my buddy in the back.
Oliver, you go at the same time.
Yeah, I'll stab the one in front of me with my silver-tipped spear.
That is a hit indeed.
For 15.
15.
So I thrust into it. And pull out.
That is a
The only thing you
good
can really
hit.
do with the spear.
And Kitty goes.
I'm assuming Kitty's gonna have a tough time like battering them from up above. So she'll like be ready to attack if anything comes at Reuven or Uzma. That's it?
Yeah, alright. Second and third shot. Ooh.
It's good that I'm attacking the back one.
Yeah.
Reuben's a man of extremes.
11. I think that's a saving death.
Yeah, it's +1 from Ring of Protection, by the way.
Yeah, I have a 9 at that, so success.
So that's success. Alright. So you can.
And third attack,
That's a hit.
8 damage.
8 points of damage. Alright. They are looking to kill you.
Doing the thing I do best, which is spear.
Can you tell from looking at one of these guys that they're injured?
They have wounds on them, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Clearly open stab wounds, like the one has just been stabbed through
Well,
and the
in
wound is
that
not
case-
closing or anything. The other one has 2 arrows in his face.
Yeah.
The head is bobbing around a bit. First goes white number 2. Oh. It can't reach you, Reuven.
Is it gonna try to shove its opponent out, its friend out of the way, and I get attack of opportunity?
Shooting white number 2.
Yeah,
21
it's a
hit.
hit. Yeah,
5 silver damage.
good job, Osma.
Oh god, it's almost dead. It's almost alive.
Sling the back one.
Mm-hmm.
+2. No.
Yeah, you miss, Oliver.
Alright, I'll thrust the one in front of me. 16.
That's enough to hit.
Alright, for 12 silver with a silver tip.
The one.
Wait, you did 2d4 +8?
Yeah.
Oh, because strength, right?
Yeah, I
The
got
one-
6 from strength.
stumbles down the stairs. The white behind it has to move his body to the side as it steps forward and finally gets to claw you with a
Oh no.
5 to hit you.
God, these guys get the training from wolves?
They have the wolf training. Kitty does nothing, Reuven.
Yep. 2 attacks.
Yeah.
You can do yours
That's
first.
a crit.
10 silver damage.
10 silver damage. You put a third arrow into the head of the creature. As also this creature tumbles down the stairway. And they are lying there.
Nice. Try to head forward. Detective is still running.
I'll pick up the lantern and be like, I'll take the vanguard.
You
Again.
sure? You can't use your shield like that, right?
I can't, but I can't really do much else from the back. You need to have a light going.
There's no mechanic DM for like putting a thingy out your belt, is there?
Sure, if you want to.
Give it a lantern in your
It's
belt.
gonna be a bit hot.
But do lanterns not have glass panes on them?
But they're still hot.
Yeah,
It's
it's
still
still like a giant thing. It's still like a thing of oil burning in like a metal like container with like glass on it.
Reuven will accept it. He doesn't want to see all of it die.
All right,
It's
I'll
just
like if you're like
kind
if
of,
you're sure, I don't want to bother you.
Do you not have continual light stones anymore?
We do.
You just don't want to use them?
Yeah, I don't know.
I forgot we had. You never handed me one, so I never had one.
I don't know. I think
Reuven doesn't have one either, so.
Yeah.
I think there was some reason why we didn't want them.
I think one of the reasons we wanted them was for like in case there was something for like I think it was just so to have something that wasn't magical in case we needed it for light for whatever reason. That was my justification for it.
Yeah, might help.
Also, just to have
Reuven
multiple
see.
people. Also, just to have multiple people with access to light is really nice.
Yeah, might help Reuven see further without the light stone.
Yeah, there's reasons for it. We had it, but yeah, like, it's like the
So
one
do you
downside.
take it out? Or not?
Yeah. Do you take it out? I can like snuff out the flame whenever.
I don't know. I'll roll a d20.
Okay.
Nope, I don't.
All right, so I'll hand the lamp to the lantern to Reuven, and then he can tie it to your side.
Yeah.
And then I'll strap my shield up to my arm. Then I'll go for it first.
Usma, how curious are you about these creatures?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what I can really tell from these creatures.
Do you look at them?
I look at them when I walk past them, but I don't know if I like start investigating.
Give me a charisma check as you look at them.
I'll as everyone's like we're walking by. I'm like, be careful. I feel like those creatures were sapping the heat out of me. I feel like they would have done it if they actually hit me, pierced my armor. There's
Sorry,
more
I
of them. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
No, all right. I'll just say what I. Did you hear what I said?
I didn't hear the last part. Sorry, I had.
Oh yeah, I'll just repeat then. Be careful if we find more of those creatures. They had I feel like if they get hit by them, it would have sapped the heat out of you, potentially your strength as well. Could have If it felt like when it almost missed me, that I was like getting cold. I was like I felt like a chill went by like a chilly breeze.
That is not good at all.
I don't want to imagine what happened if you get hit by it. I imagine it's you feel like your bones freezing from within.
Well, let's avoid contact then.
Might not. I'll
Alright.
start heading back down again. I imagine there's a lot of those cow drops that we deal with.
Yeah. Caltrops
I
have
imagine,
been slightly picked up by the feet of these creatures.
And I imagine the body's tumbling down. Yeah, so I'll go down the same was at the same side we agreed on, and then go back down to the same room.
You enter into the room, and it's kind of an empty room.
There's a door, right?
No,
Oh, it's the door to get into this room.
I say door frame.
Oh, a door frame. Okay, my bad.
There's a suspicious lack of doors in the whole town.
Yeah, I'll look through, see if this is just this end is basically just the room where the the creatures were, and that's about it.
Seems like it, yeah.
I'll look around,
There's a empty room. On the end of the room, on the wall, there's a weapon rack, maybe. There is one spear, and then next to the spear is another spear, but this seems to be like a rusted spear tip. and the wooden shaft also looks kind of bad.
Look at the one that's like together
Although-
still.
Yeah,
Like,
looks
look at it, it's like
quite nice.
It look like. Oh, sorry.
it looks quite nice. It has this. Looking at the, do you get close to it? Or do you stay?
Yeah, I'll like assuming like everyone's down with me. I'll like walk into the room then and like just start looking around.
Yeah. The
Assuming no one stops me.
the wood looks to be looks like very well cured. And there's like a small what are they called? I'm missing the name. Like a strap of levers, like underneath the spear tip, or like around this the end of the spear tip, where the spear attaches to the wooden shaft. And there's like a small, what are they called? Like a tassel?
So it's like the decoration sort of thing.
Yeah, decoration. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a good name for it, I think, but I forgot what it's called.
And the spear tip, it is made from. What is it made from? The spear tip is made from. It's brass. And it has inlaid silver runes. Like, this is quite well made. And
Yeah, I
for
guess
some
I'll-
reason, the one next to it is rusted. This one isn't. There's a next to the rusted spear also a sword hanging in the weapon rack, which is rusted also. There's also a slightly suspicious looking chest. Suspicious. It's almost rotten.
I'll you guys take my back. I'll poke the chest open.
Ooh, use the 10-foot metal ball.
Yes, it's perfect for these situations. In case there's a like a rat inside or something that could spring at us.
You
So like I'll like
poke the
pull
chest
it open.
and
It's probably
as you poke it, you like poking it like pushes the wood inwards.
I'll probably like poke. I'll probably like try to break a hole in it then. If that's the case.
It's not as much breaking as it like just rips
Oh, yeah.
pieces of wood away
Yeah.
as they must be rotten wood.
Yeah, so like poke it so I can see if I can get a look inside.
Seems to be some sort of fabric inside.
Yeah, I'll go. Once I realize there's nothing like there's probably nothing scary inside, I'll go and open it.
You open it and yeah, there's indeed some sort of fabric inside. It is it's
like-
a dark. You have to pull it out if you want to know what it is
I'll pull
exactly.
it out. Yeah, I'll pull it out. Yeah.
There you go. It is a dark robe.
Dark robe. Okay. Like, how does it look like it's put together, like well together still? Like it's not like falling apart.
Surprisingly
Right.
good, yeah.
like,
It's
huh.
not rotten away inside of this rotten chest.
I wonder how these like I point to like the robe and the spear. I wonder how those things are still nice after so long. Everything else in here is like rotten away.
There's also a crate next to the chest.
Great. Yeah, I'll like I'll like hand the robe to somebody. I'll like gesture out to somebody to grab it.
No, I can put the robe in the bag of holding.
And then I'll like crack open the crate.
You crack open the crate and give me a saving throw versus poison.
Poison. You know what? You don't even need me to roll because I'm gonna succeed anyway. That's a fail, I think. Is it? Yeah, it's a fail.
This is why you use the 10-foot pole, people.
Yeah. As you crack open the crate, a how to describe this? A fountain of spores springs out of the crate into your face. So you have to cough and reel as the smell and the dryness of the air that comes out from it makes it impossible for you to breathe.
Why does this thing have an HP? Oh, never mind. It's X door.
They start coughing and reeling on the ground.
Yeah. Osma, you see Oliver falling to the ground, coughing, as he has just inhaled a cloud of suspicious-looking air.
I step back. Or how big is the cloud? Is it like coming towards me?
No, I just shot out from the crate as he knocked it open, and is slowly sinking to the ground again.
Sinking to the ground?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I make sure to be clear a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You said there was no staircase down from this room to like another
No.
one?
It's a dead end.
Okay, I stay clear and I look at Oliver, see if he recovers naturally.
He's on the ground coughing.
Sorry?
He's on the ground coughing.
Is the cloud on the ground as well? Like on
Interesting.
him?
Oliver, did you try to get away from the crate? Or
I imagine so. I probably tried to. Like once I probably got it. Like, oh god, I'm coughing, and then I probably like moved away a little bit, and then probably collapsed a little bit away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably got like like a foot, a foot or two away from it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not on him.
Yeah, I just waited out. There's nothing I can do. I don't think.
All right.
Ruben doesn't go into the room and waits outside, guarding.
Mm-hmm. All right. You cough for a few minutes. You have this disgusting taste in your mouth, but it doesn't seem to kill you or anything. And after a few minutes, you can breathe almost normally again.
After how much time?
A few minutes.
Okay. I would recommend bringing that stuff in.
You have this long stick that you just used successfully on this other wooden box.
Let's
Don't
just see
feel
what's inside of it.
arrogant. Sure. I take the tentacle and poke the thing further to make sure that all the guys are released.
Do you knock on the crate?
Yeah, with the pole, yeah.
Okay. As you poke as you knock on the crate, like a few more puffs of whatever it was shoot out of the crate.
Yep, I do it until nothing more comes out.
Mm-hmm. A few knocks after this, nothing seems to be shooting out anymore.
I motion towards it.
I'll crack it open.
Mm.
For real.
There's just a bunch of I'm missing the English word.
Rations.
Not rotten away, but eaten by fungus.
Okay, so
Mold?
like, yeah.
Mold, yeah. We're saying
Okay. There's a bunch
a
of mold.
different colored mold looking at you.
Wait, looking at me?
It's
Like an
looking
eye?
at you, yeah, most definitely. Suspiciously.
I'll just leave it be and be like,
Okay.
you know what? I'm gonna stop looking at it. can't look at me if I'm not looking at it.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's just mold in there.
That explains the clouds.
I'll the only thing of interest is that robe and that spear. Everything else is like worthless, it seems. Rotted away.
Yep. Well,
I think we should check out that the second floor with like the wardrobe and the like. There's nothing else here.
sure. Time
So
is a good filter for valued items. And I go pick up the spear.
Can you two wait outside this room for a couple minutes?
Sure.
Wait,
we
why?
can go, yeah, I guess why? I guess like, we can go explore the wardrobe room.
I want to check room. But I would like like room for it.
I guess me and Usma, you wanna go explore the wardrobe room while Ruben's doing his thing.
I guess. I don't know if we're in a hurry. I don't know why we're splitting up though.
I mean, if Ruben's doing his thing, he said it's gonna take a couple minutes. So
I don't know, just maybe couple minutes.
yeah, I mean, the place is small enough. We can get back down pretty soon.
I guess.
But Ruben's gonna go to the center of the room, and his ear tips will start to wibble.
Spidey senses tingling.
As Ruben would like to use his elven abilities to check for traps, trapdoors, and the like.
Yeah, you do so, and you find nothing.
Okay.
On our way upstairs, I look around the spear. It doesn't have like a sheath, does it?
No.
Okay. Okay, just whatever then.
I can probably carry it. Like usually, if you like in real life, people usually carry like multiple speakers at a time because they broke fairly often.
Sure.
They're probably not too hard to carry like 2 spears if you're just trying to use one. You probably have like one for you use and like one area that you don't.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just put it on there like spear, random
Yep,
spear.
I'll give you the spear.
Yeah, and then I think we can go up to the wardrobe room and start looking around. I assume we bring the lantern with us. We probably like trade lanterns with
I
Ruben.
think by the time that everything's cleared, I pull out the lightstone. Actually, no, I don't. Never mind. Never mind. I don't do that.
All right. You head up back
Okay.
to the wardrobe. You open it.
I imagine so.
First,
We'll poke it. We'll poke it first if we can open it.
Okay. You poke it. It's not rotten away, so it's solid wood. It's not trying to bite your pole as you poke it.
I'll see if we can, like, from a distance, shimmy it into like the what's it called, the
handle thing.
yeah, the handle, and like pull it open. Like lever it against like the wall or something like that, and like move it open.
You're quite certain with your strength that you could just like bash the wood in.
I'll try the first way first, and then if that doesn't work, I'll just like bash it open.
How do you
Try not
use
to.
a handle with a pole?
Well, it's sort of like, if it's like it depends on what type of hole like handle it is. If it's like a circular handle, you probably can't do it. If it's like a handle where it's like a, what's it called, like a, like you pull something with, like you put like 2 fingers around it and pull it, you could probably lever it in between like that and the thing and like move it out one side. Like if it's like a,
It's a knob.
how to draw this. Oh, it's a knob. Okay, I'll probably just pull it open. Then I think I can be able to open it. Try not to bash it open if possible.
Yeah.
Or destroy the craftsmanship.
You open the wardrobe. In the wardrobe is a few pieces of clothing. They have holes in them where they're probably not supposed to be.
Gross.
There's a few coin pouches.
Gross.
I'll grab the coin pouches, open them up one at a time, see if there's anything inside.
Copper.
Copper. I'm like, yeah. I like tell Usmar that I'm open up like this one's copper, this one's copper, this one's copper.
Probably not worth carrying then.
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing else in this room, right? Just the wardrobe, pretty much.
Next room.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, right? The rest of the rooms were just like out to the elements.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, right?
Yeah. There's really
Yeah,
not
I
much
think we
here.
just go back with. Oh, sorry.
There's really not much here. It's
Yeah, I think we'll go back with Usmar. Or no, Usmar Reuben. At least, yeah, that's what I'll suggest. I think we should go back to Reuben. There's not really much here.
So is this what Millionaire or whatever his name is, the stag thing, wanted you to visit?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Maybe, but I don't think so. It doesn't feel like the place. Said it was in a temple as well, so I don't think it's this. Seems like a temple. That's what Meyerland said.
Meyerland. Okay. You think we should look around the town for a temple?
It also said Meyerland also said it was deep in the east. This doesn't feel like it's deep in the east. Like we're just on the cusp of the east.
Sure.
I don't know. This might just be like the first foothold that we're gonna find, but this doesn't feel like it's the end.
Well, I'm not
I think we
sure
should-
if this is a foothold.
I think we should just meet back up with Reuven, and I think we should. I think we're pretty much done here.
Nod.
If you want to take a look at that book, I don't know. We might want to have to come back another day because it seems like staying here isn't good.
I agree.
Yeah, so I like walk back down to meet back up with Reuven in the basement.
all right.
I'm assuming I didn't take too long, DM.
No.
In
Takes you a
the
few minutes.
fighting area, can I roll for my 6 arrows to see if I can pick them up?
Oh, wait. While Ruben looks for the arrows, I go study the book and its
Ouch.
area nearby. Or I go study the book.
You
With the intention
can.
of- I want to scry on it some other time. That's my intention.
Okay. Yeah. Since this is such a close room, like there's no chance of the arrow flying somewhere weirdly. You can find all of the arrows, but 4 of them are broken.
Okay. How much did a head weigh? Arrowhead? Just the amount of coins? So it was 10 coins?
No,
Okay.
it was less. No, yeah.
That'd be 0.2
Point,
0.2 pounds.
something like that.
Yep, 0.2 pounds.
You go back to study the book. It's now like an hour or so after noon.
Yeah, I think we should leave pretty. Like, I think, like once everyone like gets back together and like outside the other building, like I think we should leave soon. Like as soon as possible. This, at least according to like what you, I don't know. This looks like a good place to stay to be.
Reuven, as you look through the corpses to find your arrows, give me a charisma check.
Okay. Pretty sure it's 27.
You know, 2 of these creatures, they kind of remind you of the 2 wizards that were with Kira. They look way older than they, but He looks
Realizing that-
familiar.
Okay. I think he probably somewhat assumed it, but realizing this, he picks up the last arrow and does a curt head nod and like slightly closes his eyes and does a head bow at them too.
Sorry. One of the wizards and the rogue. Sorry.
Okay. But yeah, he tries to doesn't do like ritual stuff like the clerics do, but just give the hope, give them a hope that their souls would go to a good place.
Mm-hmm.
Says some words in Elven and leaves. Also, it's definitely not 0.2 per arrowhead. As arrows themselves only weigh 0.15.
Be very efficient melting. Okay, they're so efficient when they melt it off. It lowers the
The
weight.
shafts themselves just lower the weight.
Because they're so aerodynamic.
Yeah. The metal-
Aerodynamic. All right. You grab your stuff and leave. Oh.
Yeah, I think I think we're going further east. Like I think that's what we should do.
I think I agree too. We can take advantage of these few days to travel further on the coast.
We can also get a better area mapped out.
Exactly. We can
Sure.
take these few days to travel as much as we can, to see as much as we can.
Because then we'll have an idea of how far how far out it goes, and if there's anything else in our sight, well, we can still see far.
Of course,
And,
it's also dangerous, so we should be.
Yeah, I agree. I talked about it this morning, but I think this is just the start of what we're gonna find. This is probably like the smallest thing they had out, the smallest ruins they probably had.
Hmm.
Uzmar,
our
if you
first-
are. You go first.
I think our idea of how far out, how big this area is, might have been a little, like I forgot the word I was gonna use. Like small at first. Our prediction seems like this just might seem like a small village in comparison to like what I imagine is out there.
Yes. Uzmar, you as a bird can be our eyes and ears. I think two of us, Oliver and I, will try to be more hidden in the dunes or in the hills.
Sure thing. Are you still traveling are the horses still up?
I imagine.
Yeah, they are.
I say we travel until they let us, and then we find place to camp.
Sure.
I'm fine with that.
Try to travel a little bit slower than what you naturally want to. It's a lot more comfortable for me to fly a bit slower. Just a tad bit.
Okay. If you
No.
think is good.
I'll do the flying as a dragon.
All right.
Very drag. I was very confused for a second.
You can travel for.
Oh, and by the way, I don't know if I said this, but I did pocket the book from the chick.
What? The diary.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, did we look at? Did she have anything else? She had a magical sword, right? That we compared last time.
Oh yeah. Maybe we should check that.
Huh?
What was her name?
Kira.
Oh yeah.
Kira?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In my notes, there's a Kira who's a council member for the Farmers Guild that I went to talk with.
That's probably a different Kira because this is the same name as the what's it called, the one of the adventuring groups that was out there that we met the first time that we saved from the Ant-Man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Small world.
There is a Kira that is in the council for the Farmers Guild. That's true.
This could be her doppelganger.
Mm-hmm.
Did this Kira have a sword?
Yeah, she has a sword on her side.
Is it magical?
You
Yeah,
if you think so, it is.
I know nothing about it. You guys can take
Does it
it
have
if
a
you wish.
sheath?
It has a sheath, yes.
Okay. I'm taking it.
Do you think she has any personal effects we should take to her parents, family?
I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about her, but potentially. Does she have like anything identifying on her? I guess you can take the diary. The diary is probably the most personal thing she'll probably have on her, but you can check.
Probably, yeah.
You wanna?
Oh, and just to be clear, we don't want to camp out and go reread the book tomorrow morning, or
We can just do it on our way back.
actually, I can just scry on it. Should
We
be
can
fine.
always just. I mean, assuming we live, we can just do the same. Come this way on the way back, and do it then.
Sure.
You know,
We're
if
in
you
no rush,
scry
it's
on
only
it, you
about
cannot change them. You cannot turn pages.
That's true.
But well, you decided you want to go further east. You have about like 3 hours before your horses disappear, which gets you in this place that you are at now. About 7 miles.
So, about here.
Oh no,
Closer
you have
to the
magical
source.
horses. They don't care about the ground, so it's 14
Wait,
miles.
I'm level 7, so they might care about the ground if it's sandy.
It is not that sandy.
Okay.
Okay, so it gets to here. How do you? There's no way to pick it up and drag it, isn't there? I forgot. Like it does
Sure.
the distance.
Just
Wait, we probably don't want to go that much inland, right?
Yeah,
still
we
wanna-
don't-
Oh yeah,
yeah.
that's right. Yeah, sorry, I was doing the wrong. Yeah, it's probably like here then.
click the token and then right click and then move it. And then like just like this.
You move it, DM. You're the one that knows how.
Oh god,
Uh,
how do I unclick it?
I think you get to like here for the evening.
Okay, nice.
You
We-
can spot a few more camels, and you can see in the distance it gets more sandy here.
I think we, again, just as last night, start spending as much time as needed, or like, start spending some time.
Yeah, we
to
should have a
look
lot of free
for-
time.
Look
Oh, yeah,
for
do we
the
still have
best
some time to
episodes.
walk?
We want to. We should have like a couple more hours of
I
daylight.
think simply walking this way would make us safer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. We'll
You
put it
have like 3 more hours here before you kind of run out of steam.
I suggest that, but Ruben, you're the expert on these things.
I think Ruben is okay with moving, but we should move while looking for a spot.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. So, do you look for cliff caves again, or?
I think so. I think that's what he currently thinks is the best thing.
I'll fly from here, looking for cliffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, in this bend here, you spot a cave entrance that's like, or like a overhang with there's some way to go into the side of the cliff. If it's a cave or not, it's hard to say. You would have to get really close and look at it.
Can I get really close and look at it?
Sure. You are a fairy dragon. You can fly however you want to.
Mm-hmm.
You look at it. You sadly don't have infravision in any way, shape, or form, so you can see, like.
Okay, wait. I fly back onto the cliff. I polymorph into myself. I pull out a light stone.
Mhm.
I polymorph into a fairy dragon. Then I grab the light stone in my fairy dragon hands.
All right. Yeah. You hover back down to this cave.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get your party down here, this is probably a safe spot.
Okay, so there's like a back wall pretty soon.
There is a back wall, like 30 feet in. The ground seems a bit uneven. Might be slightly uncomfortable to sleep here, but the chances of getting murdered, unless there's some weird cliff dragon or something that likes to hide in empty caves. It's probably uninhabited.
How far is it from the sea levels? Like, does it look like waves could crash into it?
No, it's like 30 feet down from the top.
Okay. I fly up and notify my party. 30 feet, which means we should be able to tie a rope.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a way to puncture the ground somehow to make like a pitten on the ground? Do we have anything like that?
Do we have pins?
We don't have pins, I don't think.
I think we don't really have anything then.
Right.
Wait.
We have a sledgehammer to hammer something in.
We just don't have anything to hammer in, I think.
We have a grappling hook.
That'd probably break it.
Yeah, that would.
I don't think we have anything that we can probably spare that we could get rid of. Like we want to get rid of easily.
Reuven can definitely get down with Oliver's help if Oliver just holds the rope. But then Oliver has to get down.
Yeah, I don't think we can get down easily. Unless we want to climb, like free fall, like free climb, or to get like a rope or something. We don't have anyone that's a climbing expert, so we can't really do that.
Quick question: is it like?
What I can think of is like set the grappling hook.
Here's the cliff face, where like over here. Or sorry, I should redraw this because this is kind of ruining my thing. So we're like, okay, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. This is us.
Mm-hmm.
Does the cliff face go like this, or does it go like this, or does it go like this?
It's more or less straight.
More or less straight.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is something like, oh, dude, why does it? Does something like this? Maybe a little deeper. Think here.
Or like the cliff goes down like this.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really hard to get into and get out of.
To get out of should be easy as fuck.
How do we get out?
Oh, I can just cast fly.
Oh.
I mean, I guess, but then your spell slots are used up for the day.
Yep.
One idea I had was you could just give Uzma the strength belt as a dragon.
Oh, true.
We can lower down all our equipment via rope.
Or I can just ferry everything one by one. I could just But I equip the belt. I turn into a dragon. I take your bags. I put them, and then I.
Sure, I guess.
Can I carry them as a super strong fairy dragon?
How do you grab them? You cannot. Your hands are too small to grab around anything.
I thought fairy dragons have like suction cup hands. Do they not?
No.
Fuck.
If we tie ourselves, do you?
No.
You can tie them up and then grab the rope, probably, if you have silk rope.
We do have silk rope, I think.
We have silk rope and chain and hemp rope.
We got all the ropes.
Hemp rope is too big.
We do have silk rope, though.
I just want to think if there's a better creature to morph into.
It's only a strength check if you want to do it. And
I don't
they
think
die
that
if you
at all.
fail.
That's the case.
Because they are bound and will just plummet into the water.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to do that at all.
Yeah, okay.
Not worth it. I'm against it. I feel like it's not worth the 15% chance to just die. We can help it.
True.
It's just not worth it. Especially when it's it's just not worth it.
Can we not like? No, probably maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think it's really worth it.
This could be a long-term base, though.
This could, but we need a good solid
way to get in and out.
Yeah.
And we don't have a solid way to get in or out, really. Out is just cast fly. I mean, it's the only solid way in and out is to cast fly, but that's,
And spider climb.
Yeah, which is, again, these are like, we have to be prepared that we're coming here specifically.
But spider climb is just the first level slot.
Yeah, but I don't know. We can think about it later if we're not going in now.
Hmm.
I think we find another spot.
Yeah, it seems like we don't have.
The means to get in and
We'll
out.
definitely like mark it down. Ruben,
Wait, no, we do have the means.
Okay.
Uh, wait, would that be the? No, it wouldn't be a similar strength check because I have leverage now. If I, okay,
If there's a roll at all, I don't want to do it.
yeah, it's fine. I have a plan. I'm gonna take the belt,
Mhm.
or everyone else strips off their heavy shit. Then first thing first, I carry all of our items in.
Mhm.
Then second, I have like a hemp rope.
Mhm.
I turn into a troll. Now I'm a troll with a strength belt. I'm grabbing the belt here, and it has this extra thing here, so it definitely won't slip. And assuming that the others can just climb down with the rope,
How do you secure them on the rope?
I just fucking hold it.
Oh, you hold the rope. How do
Yeah, with the
they
strength belt.
hold onto the rope?
Yeah, I hold the rope on top as a troll.
Yeah, yeah. That's
That's
the easy part. The question
and
is,
then
you have two people climb down a rope, dangling over the
one at a
abyss.
time.
It's not about you holding the rope. It's about them not failing the climb down.
Yeah, we ever have to do something to like jump in, or, like swing ourselves and jump in.
That's fucking easy.
Not
Yeah,
easy.
it's
If you,
just a
don't know how to do
strength
it. If
check.
you don't know how to do it, you don't. It's not easy.
It's just a strength check.
we don't have like climbing proficiency.
Yeah, that's the problem. You don't
Yeah,
have
we don't. Yeah.
climbing
Yeah.
proficiencies or climbing harnesses, so you can't
Yeah, or-
secure them
or
with the
equip-
rope. So if they slip, they fall. They
Yeah, if we had the
die.
climbing equipment, this would be easy because we just like hammer pins in the wall and like have like a bunch of fail safes. So if we fall, we fail to check, we just like hang and then someone else can pick us up.
So we need to come back with climbing equipment.
Yeah, we need like climbing harnesses and pins and a bunch of fail safe setup. Have like a semi permanent like like a pin like structure on the wall so we can climb down easy.
Unless you can like actually have something that can fly us down. But I don't think even as a griffin you can like make it there, right?
It'd be very awkward.
You'd
I
have to
imagine,
like make a bullseye.
and even then we don't know how to. We don't have like a what's it called? Not a harness, but a like a what's it called? Like the seat or what is it called again?
Saddle.
Yeah, saddle. We don't have a saddle, so we're kind of be like free-riding on a griffin with it. We don't know how to fly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's. I think it's a good spot to mark down, and then when we have the right equipment, we can come back. But right now, I think it's kind of like it's a. I feel like we're just gonna die. One of us has multiple of us has the potential to die if we fail a check. I don't think we can survive falling into a rocky cliff face water.
I mean, you technically have 2 potions of climbing, right?
Yeah, we can, but we're not gonna.
Yeah, we're gonna drink the potion of climbing to climb down, and then drink the potion to get back up, and the other 2 people are fucked. Maybe the best use of the potion of climbing is just use it to climb in a place to camp, and then never use it again.
Okay, how about this? Wait, big brain time. I'm gonna go look at the thing. I need to get. I need to know what does the floor look like? How flat is the floor?
It's a bit uneven.
Wait, and how deep is this? Okay, here's my plan. Actually, it doesn't matter how uneven. It just matters how deep this thing is. Can I fly in here and cast Liam and secure shelter like this, so that they can just jump on this and walk?
It still sounds like a terrible idea. I'm not jumping on the roof.
No, you cannot do that.
Why?
I mean,
Because it's a small cave entrance.
I feel like it would just fall. Also, like fall out.
No, as long as it's long enough in here.
It's
Again,
not
big
like it's a
calculations.
cliff or
I still
anything. Like it's just a small cave entrance, like 3 feet wide and like 6 feet high. And then it opens
still
up
think
behind it.
I still think that even if you did do this, Oliver wouldn't jump down and do it.
Loser.
Like, if you can do it and you're the one jump in, then sure.
I guess in this situation, fly would be better than polymorph self, which is odd. I considered that spell obsolete.
I still think that we can just probably just, we're not going to do it to now. We can just probably keep going on, find a different spot.
If Usma was strength belted and had fly cast on him,
we could do it then, yeah.
Pick up others?
Yeah.
He could like bind you to himself, foregoing the problem of having to strength check, not accidentally dropping you, which is the problem with the fairy dragon method.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a problem where we're not prepared. We don't have the tools to solve at this point in time.
Is there any other flying creature that I can polymorph into that has good movement?
There are a bunch of flying creatures, but you can't polymorph into them. You only have the tools at hand that you have.
Oh wait! Oh my god! I'm a genius. No, I have enlarge.
Mm-hmm.
I can just enlarge myself 70%, turn into a... How big is a 70% enlarged fairy dragon?
Like
1.7
1.5
feet.
feet. Like 1.5 feet tall.
That's good enough to tie a rope around us, right?
You're like really thin though.
You cannot tie the rope to yourself while you are polymorphed.
Yeah, but somebody else can tie it.
But they have to be tied.
I enlarge myself, turn into a fairy dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Then, after all of the items get ferried out, hempen rope gets given, or silk rope, I don't care. Oliver ties it to himself, and then he ties it to me. And then I ferry Oliver down. Then Oliver unties it from himself. Then I fly up. I go next to Reuven. Reuven ties it to himself, and then I fly down.
So you have to make a makeshift fairy dragon climbing harness from rope.
Yeah, easy.
I'm good. I'm not gonna do that.
And you also have to do this without accidentally impeding your wings.
Easy.
Yeah, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I think
that's not happening.
We were burning daylight right now.
Yeah, so let's just we can just come back with climbing pins.
Fine.
I will just use the potion of climbing.
No.
Reuven starts moving. Let's go.
Yeah, we're moving. We're riding away at this point on the horses.
Alright, but
The horses are gone.
I want to have it declared here. There's going to be like 30 more episodes are going to happen, and we're still going to have the potions of climbing unused.
That's fine.
I'd rather have them. Yeah, I don't think. I don't. We can. Worst comes to worst, we just never use them. That's a good thing because we don't need to. We're not in a situation where we need to use them.
I'm fine with that. I like having a shit ton of potions at the end of video games.
Yeah.
But DM, Reuven does his very best to try to mark this area.
Yep.
For himself.
It's pretty easy to mark. It's like right in the bend of the cliff.
Very good. And I think we continue the last minutes of daylight we had to find a good spot to block down a fortress.
Yeah. You do so. Give me a perception check. Reuven.
29.
29.
Nice.
You find like the perfect spot. It's like
He finds the same cave.
no, he actually does not find a cave, but there's like this natural rock formation that you come across, and you can pretty easily like build the hut next to this one, the shelter next to this one, and it just looks like today there's one more rock here.
Amazing.
You have like a few miles that you can move. I can't do shit to this token for some reason. I don't know why. Roll20 hates me. It just hates me.
God, it hates you specifically.
Where do you want to go? Further east, further north?
Further east, I think, right?
Right.
Yeah, if we don't see anything up there, there's not really much of a reason for us to go.
So you can make it over here.
Yeah. Probably good to move our drawing at the cave.
That's like where you find the nice spot.
I'll have that marked down as well then. This is like the first good spot I found all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Not as good as the cave, but
Not as good
Will
as a
do for
cave,
now.
but decent. Yeah, you can plop down the shelter and go sleep.
Sleepy sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can we end here? I'm getting really tired.
Sure, I'm cool
yeah.
with that.
Okay.
Do we see anything in the distance, or is it still nothing? Just sort of see what we see.
You see what you see, yeah,
Alrighty.
as it gets night.
weird stuff.
Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. Well, you successfully killed some weird creatures.
Yeah.
You successfully found the corpses of the wastelanders. At least 3 of them.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. There were more than that party, right?
4, yeah.
No, there's just the 4.
But
There's some big thing that we didn't see.
Yeah, we definitely didn't see some. There's definitely more to that place. It's just that we had to stick around tonight to find out. I don't know if we want to stick around tonight to find out.
Maybe.
yeah, we might have to prepare some like full combat gear and maybe ready up some sort of like tower defense play that we.
Yeah, I have a feeling that like when night comes, all the old villagers come out.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't think we want to find out at the moment.
It's hard to say. The party continues on its path of avoiding problems.
That's a good thing, okay?
That's a good thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember the one time
what?
that one on the party didn't. Alright.
Thank you for the game, everyone.
Yeah, thank
you
you.
for DMing Duck.
Appreciate it.
I had a great time.
Next week I'm out of town, so next week we cannot play.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So gonna be back in 2 weeks, unless you want to move to Monday evening.
Could probably
doesn't-
do that.
Doesn't work for me.
All right.
Okay.
Then next week no game.
Alrighty.
Very well.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
night.